How are you feeling? How long have you been here?
3 months, May 17th.
And what brought you?
That's difficult to answer.
Eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital.
That's difficult to answer.
is the end. There's a noise inside my head of crying people facing death. Is this the end? Is this the end? Oh, I'm burning in the dystopian. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the What have we done to the world? What have we done to the world? I'm burning in the There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the This is the final
Who the fuck is Karlyn? She's just some sweet lady. She's like in a knitting. She does like a knitting stream. She's like a knitting YouTuber. She does knitting.
Can we grow up a little bit and
Alt
not
Girl
be
sent $200.
retarded?
Have you
Please.
seen the work of Karlyn Borysenko? Anti-commie cult leader and is obsessed with looking at what actual far-left communists are talking about and organizing today, infiltrating them. They infiltrated the universities, schools, media. She has the receipts to back it up. Primary source evidence. Infestation is dire and she calls Republicans idiots eating slop. Agree.
Thank you for the big super chat. Yeah, oh, I know Karlyn B. She's solid. She's funny. I
The
like
great
her.
noticer sent $200.
Literally.
So
not
it's,
Ian.
it's not a because I haven't dangled my junk into the combat zone on purpose to get some camera footage, but that's the big part of what's the
Is
problem.
that what you call reporting?
Go
and live
under if
streaming?
you're going to do it.
Yeah,
go
seriously.
undercover. Otherwise, you're wearing a hunk of meat in a lion's den. Nick Shirley, I love you. Take care of yourself, man. Karlyn Borysenko went undercover. Do stuff like that. Like if you want to expose this thing, don't pariah.
But
Please.
Ian, here's and I agree with you to an extent.
I watch these streams, and I've been watching a self-professed fascist named Karlyn, who drinks and basically roasts these live streams. But weirdly, she has apparently embedded herself with Antifa before, and so it's such a funny stream because like,
So they tolerate her?
oh no, not anymore. She like, no. She's like, I mean, I don't know if she's trolling or not, but on her stream, she's like, I am a fascist.
Right.
So she's proudly proclaiming she's a fascist. I don't know how much of that is trolling, how much of it is real, but conservatives who are drawn to her stream will say things like, these people are funded by George Soros. And it's the funniest thing because she gets so mad. And she's like, get off fucking Fox News. Stop watching that shit. It's all wrong. Do these people look funded? Do these people look like they have money? They're not funded. It's so, and I guess her bigger point is by saying these are funded agitators and not saying what they actually are, which is anti-capitalist revolutionaries, you dilute what's really happening. Because what's really happening, according to her, and I think a fair amount of people, is that the economy is so fucked. The middle class is diminishing so much. The cost of living is so high that this is the perfect soil you need if you wanted communism to grow anywhere.
What's up, guys? Welcome to the show. Status Coup News, who is one of our favorite on-the-ground lefty news outlets, has literally just gone live in Minneapolis. And so we are going to start the stream today tuning into them. I do want to do a special shout-out to Kate, who has sent me not one but two Cash Apps in the last couple minutes, giving me some messages that I'm not going to repeat on the show because I don't need to repeat on the show. But, Kate, I do appreciate that. And I appreciate you trying. No worries. You are the best for even trying. And thank you so much for the Cash Apps. Guys, if you want to donate ever via Cash App or Venmo, I am Dr. Karlyn B on there. I know some of you guys prefer that. You can also send in super chats to the show. Of course, buying channel memberships is always appreciated. We are doing the best curated live coverage of what is going on in Minneapolis and throughout the country. And so that's what we're going to be doing today. So there's a lot of stuff going on. We are going to tune into... Actually, there's not a lot of stuff going on. Unironically, there's actually not a lot of stuff going on. It's been pretty quiet today. And well, can you guys just listen? I appreciate everyone wants to give me money. I appreciate everyone wants to give me money. And I want to provide as many ways as possible for you to give me money. But can you just use one of the 15 donation options that I've already given you? Can you subscribe to my Substack for a monthly or annual membership? Can you buy memberships for the channel? Can you buy a membership for yourself? Can you send in a super chat for the channel? Can you send me a Venmo? I have like, if you go to decodetheleft.com/support, you can make a one-time gift through Stripe. I have like 15 ways you guys can give me money. I can't keep putting, it's too much, guys. It's too much. I appreciate it though. Thank you, Cynthia, for starting us strong with a 5 channel memberships. W's in the chat for the queen. Cynthia, I can hook up my YouTube to PayPal. Okay, or no, you can't. I'll look into that. I'll look into that. As you guys know, I am a professional streamer on the internet, and I will look into how to set up the YouTube and PayPal. Okay, I'll look into it. Fine. But before we get into that, we're going to be watching live coverage on the ground in Minneapolis. It has actually been relatively quiet today. Honestly, I was thinking about going live earlier, but there was really just not that much to go live about. But Status Coup News is on the ground, and so we're going to tune into their live broadcast. They are a leftist news outlet. They do on-the-ground protest coverage. Of course, on this channel, we watch and listen to the far left all the time. And so I'm not setting up a fucking I'm not setting listen, guys, I have the payment mechanisms that I have. If they're not good enough for you, then don't give me money. That's kind of how I feel about it. I cannot be managing 15 different fucking payment platforms for every single way every individual on the internet wants to give me money and then take requests to sign up for additional ones. I'm signed up for the ones I'm signed up for. If you can't donate through one of those, I don't really care. Fine. Okay. It's too much. Do you guys know what a pain in the ass it is to set up and manage all these fucking platforms? I appreciate the inclination to want to give me money. I really do. I want everyone who wants to give me money to give me money. But at some point, I have to say no. You're going to show up at my house with a check. You're like, you're going to take my check and you will like it. I'm like, oh, man. I'm going to have to go to the bank. You're going to make me go to the bank? God. Sith over on Rumble with the Rumble rant. Marxists were recorded using NATO phonetics on radio, and conservatives are making fun of them for playing G.I. Joe. They can't comprehend the folks are getting organized in training. Yeah, I gotta say, I put out a short video yesterday acknowledging the fact that Andy No has now acknowledged that I was right when I've been screaming for literally years, these aren't paid protesters, these aren't paid protesters, these aren't paid protesters. I've been saying this over and over and over again for years. Finally, yesterday, Andy No puts out a tweet saying, we have to start acknowledging that these are not paid protesters, you assholes. And I was like, oh, I was right. Huh. But then, hang on, Tolkien Fan with the 1 gifted channel membership. W's for Tolkien Fan. Really appreciate it. But then I posted a short video around the internet. Like, I posted it to my Instagram, which automatically posted to my Facebook page. I posted on TikTok. I posted on Twitter. All the different places you usually post videos. I have to say, that almost led to me deleting my Facebook page last night. That like posting a short video on Facebook to my Decode the Left Facebook page, which has like something like 7,000 followers or something like that. It literally almost made me just delete the Facebook page entirely. Because do you guys have any idea how many boomers I had in my comments going, they're all paid protesters, you're a liar, you're a leftist, we know they're paid protesters, you don't know anything, you're a secret Antifa. I swear to God, I almost deleted my Facebook page I was so close. I was like, what is even the point? Why am I even on this platform? These people can't be helped. I cannot. So this is why I don't look at the comments on other platforms. I post videos to TikTok. I have no idea what people say in the comments. I post videos to Instagram. I don't even look at what people say. I don't even go on Facebook. By the way, for anyone that sent me a friend request on Facebook, because I know people do that every once in a while, I literally don't even go on Facebook. So if I haven't answered your friend request, like it's not you, it's me. I literally don't even use the platform anymore. Yo, 5 gifted channel memberships from Bionic Space Monkey, or Bionic. There we go. That's how you pronounce that today. Thank you so much, bro. W's in the chat for our Space Monkey friend. Really do appreciate it. Guys, when we're not watching Status Coup today, I have a couple other things lined up that I do want to talk about. Don't fucking complain about the audio. You fucking grin and bear it. I am not fixing my audio right now, so I don't give a fuck. I do have a few other things queued up that I do want to go over. Now, one of the things that I want to go over is BG on the scene was, of course, on the scene yesterday at the protest. And, thank you guys for allowing me to take a day off yesterday covering the protest. I had done 10 hours of protest coverage like several days in a row, and my eyes were starting to bleed out of my head, and I needed to sleep. That was what happened yesterday. I slept so much yesterday. And so I took the day off of protest coverage yesterday just to sleep and to rest my eyes from looking at a screen. And so we didn't do protest coverage yesterday, but BG on the scene was, of course, on the scene. And he actually did get some interesting stuff that I kind of saw in the background because I kind of had the video playing on the side over here just while I was doing other work. And so I want to go back and just scroll through BG on the scene's protest coverage from yesterday because he got that. You guys remember that conservative? That came to the event the other night that he filmed for like an hour trying to talk to Antifa, and Antifa almost beat the shit out of him. Well, that conservative came back and he was there again. And I want to watch that. Now I'm going to tell you what we're not going to watch today. I'm going to be very, very blunt. I don't give a flying fuck about Don Lemon and the church stuff. I know that all of conservative media is obsessed with Don Lemon and the church stuff. I don't give a flying fuck. Apparently arresting Don Lemon is now the most important thing on the minds of conservatives, which is the most mind-blowing. Like I feel like they just keep spitting in our faces over and over and over again with the stupid decisions they made. And so I am not going to talk about the Don Lemon and the church stuff. You want to know why? The left doesn't care about religion. I know this might seem counterintuitive if you watch conservative media because they say the left hates your religion. They're persecuting you because of your religion. You know why they say that? They make a fuck ton of money saying that. Is it actually true? No. The far left doesn't care about religion. The far left thinks that Christianity is a coping mechanism to deal with communism. That's why Karl Marx called it the opiate of the masses. They think that Christianity will naturally die off after capitalism is abolished. Yes, I have them on video saying this. I have the Seattle Revolutionary Socialists on video explicitly saying this. They mean it so strongly. They did an entire presentation about it. And so, no, they don't care about persecuting Christians. They actually don't give a flying flip about Christianity. If they were being disruptive, it has to do with destabilization efforts to overthrow the capitalist system. Has nothing to fucking do with religion at all. And the only reason that Harmeet Dillon is now sending a sternly worded letter is because this is how conservatives make money, and it's how they rile up their base to share their shit to make money. That's it. So I ain't talking about the church shit because I don't care about the church shit. I don't think it's remotely the most important thing we have to deal with. This isn't a comment on you, Andre. I appreciate you, but I'm not wading into that nightmare. They can kiss my ass on that one. Let's see. We got some super chats coming in. I saw at least 3 posts on Facebook and X by conservatives today trying to make the connection between the protesters and Soros. Yeah. Once you see it, you can't unsee it, can you, Malcolm? I do appreciate the super chat. Thanks so much. Did you see anything about the DoubleTree kicking the agents out for safety concerns because employees are getting death threats? Is that accurate? You know, I haven't seen that, but it wouldn't surprise me. So let's definitely keep an eye on that. The left is absolutely just really bringing the hammer on in terms of like protest coverage, protesting and noise protests outside of hotels. They are specifically targeting Hilton. I do believe DoubleTree is a part of Hilton. I think DoubleTree is a part of the Hilton brand. And so it would actually make sense if they were targeting DoubleTree, but all over leftist social media, there are posts basically saying, go to this hotel, call this hotel, do this thing at this hotel. So this is one of the major pressure campaigns they are doing in Minneapolis. So it wouldn't surprise me, but I haven't seen direct stuff of that. If anyone has anything, I'm more than happy to take a look. Thank you, Dragon Tail, for being a member of the channel for 23 months. Churches are full of paid protesters. They're there Sunday mornings and evenings, Wednesday night, Bible studies. Who has the time? I have a life and a job. Yeah, exactly. Thanks so much, bro. Thanks so much. All right, so I do have this coverage we can go through. I also do want to watch this Know Your Rights town hall that happened in Minneapolis over the weekend. This is also filmed by BG on the Scene at some point. And I want to talk about the fact that the Somalis stole Nick Sorter's camera and then tried to drag him down the street attached to a car. But we'll do that in a little bit. Any word on whether Alaska troops are coming? I have no idea, Pete. No idea. Haven't heard either way. But thanks so much for the super chat. Guys, let's tune in on Status Coup News to see what Status Coup News is saying and doing for our live coverage. And we'll just sit here with it for a little while and see what's going on. If we have sound. Oh, I didn't set up the sound correctly. That's my fault. You guys can hear something I can't hear. There we go. Now
The other day before they put all this up.
Yeah, what's your name?
Diane, 2 N's Myers, Meyers.
Hey, Diane.
I'm a 72-year-old Army veteran. When I got out here on Saturday, I went to talk to a Hennepin County deputy. He was in his truck. I stood at an appropriate distance from his vehicle. He rolled his window down. I heard his dog. I said, can you keep your dog contained? He then came out of the vehicle and shoved his door on me forcibly, pushing me back. I said, I'm an Army veteran. He then got out of his vehicle and pushed me with both of his hands forcibly.
Let's see. We got a super chat from Bionic Space Monkey. What shenanigans will go down this Friday? Leftist family members handing out posters for it, and I have coworkers requesting the day off. Oh, that's interesting. So you're seeing this show up in your life. Okay, there are 2 major events that are going to happen this week. Number 1 is tomorrow. Tomorrow is the walkout, where people across the country are going to be walking out of work and students are going to be walking out of class and school. That is being organized mostly by the Party for Socialism and Liberation and the 50-51 movement. That's tomorrow. We should expect to see mass walkouts all over the country. But Friday is the big one, Bionic Space Monkey. Friday is going to be their day of mass general strike, which basically means they're going to go on strike all at the same time. And what that means, like practically speaking, is they're not going to shop anywhere. They're not going to go to school. They're not going to go to work. Everyone's going to stay home. There's probably going to be mass protests because they're going to have nothing else to do because they're staying home and stuff like that. That is being organized by the DSA, Socialist Alternative, Freedom Road Socialist Organization, and many other far left groups. So there are 2 big events this week, and there are kind of 2 different contingency groups organizing them, which is a little bit weird, but also it just shows you how much organizing is going on the left, because there is all this stuff going on. So how many people will actually walk out tomorrow? I don't know. How many people will actually go on strike on Friday? I don't know, but I think it's going to be a really interesting test case. And the fact that you're seeing it show up in your family and in your real world, like people are requesting time off work. By the way, they all have jobs. Actually, can we talk about this for a second? Oh my God, you guys, I cannot with conservatives. I cannot with conservatives. Can I just show you this really quickly? Can I just show you this? We got a Rumble rant from Lord of the Rees. Spent only a few minutes looking it up and found multiple protests and actions near me this Saturday. Yup, Saturday is also going to be another big day, I bet. So Matt Van Retard over on Twitter, who is one of the stupidest people on that entire platform, and you will never convince me otherwise, but he's a good conservative shill, and he says and does what he is told. He tweets out today because there was a big protest in Target today. I posted about it on my Twitter earlier. Basically, a whole bunch of leftists took over Target today and they bought salt and then they returned it. And this is, of course, to disrupt the operations of Target. Target is a Minneapolis-based company, so they're trying to get their attention, to get them to not comply with ICE, yada yada yada. The typical mafia tactics that the left does. So one of the left's key narrative shills, Matt Von Retard, says, "How on earth do leftists find the time to A, protest in the streets on a Saturday, B, storm churches on a Sunday, C, occupy a Target on Monday? Where do they find the time to do that? Do they not work, have kids, cook?" Guys, people who work most jobs, not all jobs, of course, but many jobs, people who work many, many, many jobs have Saturdays off from work. The vast majority of people have Saturdays off from work. The vast majority of people also have Sundays off from work. And guess what, guys? I know that not everyone wants to acknowledge this, but it's true. Today is a holiday. And many people also have today off of work because it's a holiday. And as our super chatter friend pointed out, people can have jobs and also take time off of work. They're called vacation days or personal days. But remember, guys, according to Matt Von Retard and the conservative narrative machine, no one on the left has jobs and they're all paid protesters. Yep. Okay. All right. Let's go back to our coverage.
To try and, support the community out here.
I think they need to grow a pair, and they need to file charges against Hennepin County, for one, against the state police. BCA, which is Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, showed up about 3 hours after the incident up there the other night. They told state troopers to get the heck out of Dodge, which was the right thing to do, because the state troopers were there in riot gear with batons. They also had a rotter truck out there to spray us down. I wasn't up there, but they thought that over because it was 10 degrees.
No. I want every fucking conservative to listen to me right now. I will no longer tolerate this bullshit on this channel. They are not being paid. They fund this stuff through mutual aid. Not only are they not being paid, they are paying out of their own pockets to do this. It's not, well, some of them aren't paid protesters, but others of them are. No, literally shut the fuck up. You guys will do absolutely anything to cope and seethe over the fact that these are not paid protesters, just like your conservative retard influencers have been telling you for years and years and years and years and years. I am so fucking fed up with this conservative cope. It's not even funny. Do you want to know why Minneapolis is currently descending into an anarchist state? Because conservatives refuse to hinge into fucking reality. We are not tolerating this anymore. I want every single conservative who comes in here and even remotely implies, and I need to turn the chat on the screen, I want every single one of them to be shamed and bullied into oblivion until they get it through their thick fucking heads that these are not paid protesters. Yes, they do have jobs. Most of the time they have better jobs than you do. It's time to hinge into reality and actually pay attention to what's really going on. And if you don't want to do that, you can go play with the other conservative retards over on Fox News or Glenn Beck or the Daily Wire or any other conservative narrative shill outlet that will tell you exactly what you want to hear. And I don't want to hear, well, some of them are paid. No, they fucking aren't. Literally shut the fuck up. If they are paid, it's because they literally created an organization in which they do this full time with money that they fundraise to help them do their passion full time, which is activism. Connect your top lip to your bottom lip and shut the fuck up. Seriously. Seriously. I can't, guys. I'm sorry. I just cannot. I cannot. I've been tolerating this shit for years, and now we are banning that on the channel. We are literally banning it. And I don't want to hear, well, Karlyn, people need to learn. Well, they can shut the fuck up and learn that. They can learn from a fucking timeout, is how I feel about it. Yo, Cynthia in with another 5 gifted channel memberships. W's in the chat for Cynthia. Really appreciate that. We got Lord of the Re over on Rumble. Would it be fair to say that coworkers organize together and plan days they take off so protests have consistent numbers? They can still keep their jobs. That would be fair to say. Do you know how they do that? They do that in the unions because it is the labor unions that are one of the primary organizers for the protests in the first place. And that is why we see unions at all these protests and stuff like that. Gee, how does the left control the labor unions if they don't have jobs? I'm deeply, deeply, deeply confused. How is it possible that the left controls the labor unions to use it for their own personal organizing if they don't have jobs? Conservatives. Time for change. Thank you for the super chat. I'm reading your book, The Communist Manifesto, A Revolutionary Fairy Tale. 40 pages in and I'm hooked. I really do appreciate that. I hope you enjoy it. Guys, I wrote a book called The Communist Manifesto, A Revolutionary Fairy Tale. You can find it on Amazon. It is a dystopian fiction that is based on the Communist Manifesto and how it goes inevitably every single time it's tried. It is personally my favorite thing that I've ever written, and I've written a lot of stuff. And so if you want to check out my book, I do hope you enjoy it. And if you enjoy it, please leave me a positive review on Amazon. I would appreciate it. No, we're putting Operation Sandman off. We might try it on Friday, but like honestly, there's just so much shit going on this week that we're not going to do Operation Sandman tomorrow. But we are putting it off. We don't have to do Operation Sandman on any given time. There's just a lot of stuff going on, and I think Friday might be a better day. We're going to have to play it by ear and see how things go. But there's a lot we need to do this week. There is a lot that we need to do this week that is quite frankly more important than sabotaging leftist hotlines. Okay, we can do that anytime. We will be doing it. If you don't know what Operation Salmon is, don't worry about it. We'll talk about it another time, all right? We'll talk about it another time. Okay, let's listen into this live coverage.
And I might be a Democrat, but I voted for Reagan, okay? So I don't
I might be a Democrat. They're interviewing a fucking Democrat.
Do what I feel is the best job. I don't care if you're Republican, Democrat, Independent, it doesn't matter to me.
Do you have any? You've talked about your niece who is a MAGA supporter, and you've referenced, that ICE agent Jonathan Ross is raising all this money through an online fundraiser.
All right. We got another super chat from Dragon Tail, and guess what? They can also travel, showing up at different locations throughout weeks and months. They organize and have cars to get around and be seen in multiple places. Mind blown. Someone said to me today on Twitter, they said, Karlyn, you're saying they're not paid protesters, but what about the ones that go to multiple protests? And do you know what I said back? What about the people who travel around the country going to Trump rallies and they just go spend all their time going to Trump rally after Trump rally after Trump rally? Are you telling me that all the people who traveled around the country just going to all these fucking Trump rallies over and over and over again, some of whom got really famous just for going to Trump rallies, you're telling me they're all paid protesters? Got it, conservatives. Got it. The cope is real. Latrina! PSA. Everyone check their everyday carry. Flashlight, pepper gel, knife at minimum. Take some time today to upgrade one item. An example, a larger pepper spray. Better be early than be late on this stuff. That is very, very, very useful advice, Latrina. Thank you so much for the super chat. I really do appreciate it.
It's a tragedy, and ICE has been harassing the people that go over there to pay their respects. And I spoke to a Minneapolis police.
How so have they been harassing people who go to pay their respects?
Among the crowds and pushing them. And they've been goose stepping through there, I call it goose stepping because you're lockstep, you're walking 3 deep, and you're pushing people out of the way. I call that goose stepping from where I come from. Trump and his administration are following.
Okay, this seems like a relatively boring interview. So what I want to do is I want to go and watch some of BG on the Scenes protest coverage from yesterday, We are going to keep an eye on Status Coup News. If anything interesting happens on Status Coup News, or they start interviewing someone far more interesting than Democrat grandma, we will go back there live. Of course, we also do have Status Coup News coverage we can watch from yesterday too, but we have a lot of different things we can watch today. This is coverage that BG on the Scene did yesterday at the protest, and I've kind of like scrubbed through it a little bit because I wanted to specifically find the part where the conservatives showed up, the same one I believe that was there the other night that they filmed for like an hour or so. And so I just want to put this on and let it play and see what happened a little bit yesterday. We are going through a lot of different things that happened over the last couple of days, guys, and we of course are keeping an eye on live on the ground coverage. And if you know anyone that's live streaming that has a live stream that we should check out right now, please do let me know in the chat.
One thing 1 minute, and then later this video proof of this man saying one thing 1 minute, and then he totally switches up his idea of it later on. Oh, accountability. When he came in, there's no accountability. Affordability. There ain't no where's the affordability. I broke his
All right. We got Kelsey in with the super chat. I learned today that Margaret Sanger was a communist part of the New York Socialist Party, and then she created Planned Parenthood, and I'm like, yep, that makes sense. Oh, that's a whole other topic to cover, Kelsey. I really do appreciate the super chat. Not much has happened today, honestly, that I've seen. It's actually been a shockingly quiet day considering it's a holiday, but I think they're probably gearing up for tomorrow, honestly, when they do their big walkout. That is my best guess.
Exactly. What the fucking game? I don't drive. Because it costs too much. Shit costs too much.
Yeah, but a lot of people do.
Shit's stupid, man. People who hate people just because they want to be happy. I can't control that I'm black. Fuck.
Oh, you know, like
shit's
that guy.
dumb.
That guy's
I'm not afraid of anyone who thinks I'm afraid of them.
Supporting more people.
I know.
Perfect. That's a great thing to watch.
Well, you got problems when you be here. You should go to therapy.
And they're saying they didn't have, they didn't do it all the time. It's like, what? Like, you guys have been actively impeding how you've been doing your work. Like, I mean, what I witnessed is TBS. Their angels.
If you're not ISIS here, you are not here to observe. Yeah, that's why we're all here. I don't like this. I get it.
I thought I had that guy queued up. I thought I had it queued up apparently. Oh, there he is right there. There he is right there.
Yeah,
There we go. The only thing keeping the city from burning down right now is the cold temperature. Yeah, I think that there's truth to that. Hey, if I get to channel memberships from Anson Oberland, I think that's how you pronounce it. Thanks so much for the super chats, bro. W's in the chat for Anson over here. Appreciate it. Huh? That is that guy that showed up. That's that conservative, I think. BG was interviewing them. Well, I thought I pulled it up to the right place, but apparently I didn't.
I can't stay.
We're just gonna let it play for a minute. We're gonna let it play.
I'm the president.
on the other side of the gate. On the other side of the gate. Thanks,
I'm a white man. Can you throw me? I'm a white man.
Okay. Here is the thing, guys. Here's the thing. Over the last week, the left has proven to us through their behaviors that they don't give a flying fuck how cold it is. I really need everyone to hear this because this is another thing I really don't. I want to stop hearing this in the chat. I really do. The left doesn't give a flying fuck how cold it is. It was 10 degrees below zero wind chill on Saturday night, and they stayed out there all fucking night long. They don't care how cold it is. They are staying out there even when it is 10 degrees below zero wind chill, okay? They're bringing heating lamps. They're starting fires. They're doing what they need to do. I really believe, this is the part I want to see. I really do believe the only thing that will stop them is a snowstorm. That's it. All right, let's listen in.
Criminal aliens.
Just like an end justifies the means type of thing?
And then that's 70%.
Is that what this argument is? The end justifies the means?
Also, there's the 30% that aren't criminal.
I literally just talked about this moment ago.
I know. You're saying,
and Obama
hold on, you're saying
removed more people annually on average than Trump did in either his first term or this term. If your argument is legal removal, the Democrat presidents did it better. Like, that's just math. And that's, again, from numbers coming from this government agency. And, again, that is still completely beside the point of their violating the law.
Do you think about how the citizens here in this city of acting have been prohibiting ICE from...
Yeah, we're going to change the topic. That's fine.
No, it's because
what do I think about citizens here prohibiting them doing their job? They're breaking the law.
You think they're breaking law? And, and to me, they're enforcing it.
No, it's a violation. You know what the Fourth Amendment says, right? You know what the Fourth Amendment says. No. You know what the Fourth Amendment says, right? You're constitutionalist? Do you believe in the Constitution?
Yes.
Right? You support the Constitution.
Immigration.
Then why would you support them shitting on Americans and immigrants who are, many of them here legally, shitting on their Fourth Amendment rights? Why are you okay with that if you're a constitutionalist?
Guy, where are you getting this idea that all of them that came across were asylum seekers?
I didn't say all. I said most. And that is verifiable data. Most of them come across seeking asylum. Just go look up the numbers. But either way, it doesn't matter if it's most. I'll reiterate this. If even one is deported when they legally follow the asylum-seeking process, they're the ones breaking the law. Can you not agree on that point? If asylum seeking is a legal process, it's on the books, it's part of the law,
I do know
and they're deporting asylum seekers, are they or are they not breaking the law? It's a simple yes or no question.
No, I know.
Are they or are they not breaking the law?
I know that
you came here for law and order.
That Biden's administration manipulated that fact so that millions of people could claim that status illegal.
It doesn't matter. That's the law. That is the law. If that is the law.
All right, we have Status Q News above us now. They're live.
You change the law. That's what the legislation is for. Then vote. Be an activist. Get people to change the law. Whether or not you like the law and whether or not you think the law is being abused does not change.
Thanks, Terry. That's awesome.
The law. I don't like the current tax law. I think it's bullshit. That doesn't mean you just start throwing people in prison.
You like Trump's tax cuts?
No, they're garbage. But you're changing the point. I don't like tax law. I don't think you throw people who are obeying tax law and getting away with paying minimal taxes in prison.
Biden's administration
I want to be clear why we're watching this. And again, this is coverage from last night outside of the ICE facility from BG on the Scene. This is a conservative that showed up the other night where he was trying to debate with the Antifa people and he almost got his ass kicked, but he came back anyway. We'll give him points for that. But one of the reasons I want to go back and watch this from last night is I didn't see it because I took the night off, but also I want people to understand. I want people to understand the conservative mindset and the arguments that they're making. And I want people to understand how the left perceives those arguments and what counter arguments they're making. And I'm going to be honest, I've been to a lot of events and listen, the conservatives are always well-meaning. They're always well-meaning. Bless their hearts. But most of them that show up to stuff like this, they show up completely unprepared. And part of the reason they are completely unprepared is they have convinced themselves that the left are stupid and narcissists and crazy. And so when they show up, they have no concept of what is actually hinged into reality about the left. And then they get their asses kicked in debates because they have no clue what the left thinks and no clue what the left believes. They are well-meaning, bless their hearts. They are unprepared, and it is their own damn fault that they are unprepared.
Asylum-seeking process,
and you get Congress to change the law. on asylum seeker, which is BS.
I'll say it again. Whether or not you like the law doesn't change what the law is.
Do you
change the law?
Do you?
That is what America was founded on.
Do you
Oh yeah? Oh, what could possibly go wrong? Great.
No, nobody does. Nobody supports. Sorry.
Thank you, Mark. I
Nobody
appreciate
wants
it.
Criminal illegal aliens here. If they're criminal and they're here illegally, they should be deported. And I think on that point, at that point in a bubble, everybody here will agree with you.
But we know
nobody is here to protest.
Hold on, sir. How many criminals? Like we were going to trust the mainstream media and think that they're telling us the truth about how many criminals are being fucking deported. And not only that, how many American citizens get their Fourth Amendment violated in the process of them looking for it?
All right, I understand what you're doing. What you're doing here is you're trying to move the goalpost. You're like, oh shit, this argument's not going well, this one's not going well. So now we're just going to only talk about deporting criminal illegal aliens.
Well, that's primary. That was a target focus of the whole thing.
I think you're just trying to find common ground. Okay, so we can find common ground on criminal illegal aliens should be deported. Common ground achieved. Now, what about the violation of Fourth Amendment rights?
Well,
why is that okay? The ends don't justify the means. You can't be like, well, I think this thing is objectively good, therefore we should violate citizens' rights. Therefore we should violate asylum seekers' rights. Therefore, we should take a shit on the Constitution. That's not how that works. The ends don't justify the means. That's
Karlyn, when ICE deported illegals during Obama's term, why didn't the left complain then? Is it because Obama is a communist? Is that why the left didn't complain then? They did complain, you absolute fucking retard. You just weren't listening to them, so you don't know that. How do I know that they were complaining then? Because they still complain to this fucking day. They still complain to this fucking day about Obama. Do you know how often I'm asked this question? I am asked this question multiple times a day from conservatives who have never listened to the left in their life and just want to own the libs. They did complain. They do still to this day. And perhaps had you ever listened to anyone that was teaching you accurately about what was going on, you would already know that. Thank you, Cynthia, for the 5 channel memberships. Appreciate it. W's in the chat for Cynthia, handing out those memberships like a fairy godmother. As a reminder, guys, we will be doing multiple spy streams this week. And when you are a channel member, you get invited to spy stream. Let's continue.
I'm not a regular protester, right? Like, I've never been to any one of these events. I didn't even go out for, like, George Floyd. I'm a dad. I'm a dad with a full-time job. I work a lot of overtime. I've got 3 kids, and I play some video games at night and on the weekends, right? Like, I'm just a normal fucking dude. But I am here today, now, because law and order does matter, like you said. And those who are asylum seeking have rights. They're following the legal process. American citizens have rights. The Fourth Amendment matters. That being violated throws in the trash 250 years of American democracy, standards, decency, and everything that we should stand for as American citizens. And if you can't...
Thank you, John, for the super chat. I appreciate it.
What are we doing here, man?
I'm here.
Then support ICE legally. They're not operating legally. That should bother you.
The situation, most everyone they're getting, or a portion, or a cross fraction, are asylum seekers.
No. What I said when you said 12 million people came across the border all illegally, I said no. The majority of them, the last time I believe I looked at this number, it was 8 of the 12 million were asylum seekers. Okay? That means they were following a legal, lawful process. That should be okay. Whether or not we like the process is irrelevant. The process is the law. I don't like tax law, doesn't mean we get to break it. You don't like the asylum seeking law, doesn't mean we get to take a shit on it. It's the law on the books. Write a better law. Run for political office, man. Like, start a campaign, get out there and be like, you know what? I think this law is bogus and I don't like how it's impacted our country. I want to change it.
that's okay. And I would support you in doing that, even if I wouldn't maybe vote for you. But I would support that if you're like, the law is wrong, we need to change the law. I can get behind that. But to say the law is bad, therefore we should violate it, I can't support that.
Yeah, I think where we're disagreeing is on the asylum part. You're saying that all these people are asylum seekers and they got.
Hey, thanks for the super chat, Bionic Space Monkey. I have members and friends that are very educated, making six figures, that believe in communism right out of college. Keep speaking the truth and start looking at another handbag. Yo, believe me, I'm always looking at handbags. I'm always looking at handbags. I really do appreciate it. Thanks so much for the super chat. Thanks so much. You read Alice in Queerland and you like it. It's a short story. Yeah, I like that one too. I enjoyed writing that one as well. That was a fun little weekend project.
And I'm saying, I don't think, from what I understand and what I know, most of the people are the same. And that Biden's administration manipulated the asylum-seeking process and accepted to accept all these people.
Okay, if you're going to make that claim, I'm going to ask you to back it up. In what way did they manipulate that process? Did they change the law? Was there an
Let's go to Status Quo News, guys. This might be a leftist they're interviewing, so let's listen in here.
Over this megaphone here.
I've just been trying to talk shit.
Such as?
Let's see. That Bovino eats soggy biscuits. That they are about as useful as a football bat. Just things that a lot of my military buddies have kind of yelled at each other because, these guys are performative males. And they don't have any courage, and if it's coming from someone who looks like me, I think it just might have a little bit more impact, and plus my megaphone's bigger.
Thank you very much for that. I appreciate that. All right, so we're out here. We've been making a big deal out of the cold just because I have to talk professionally, and it gets difficult out here in the cold. Yeah. Why? Can you talk a little bit about the emotion that you're feeling, the passion? Why do you feel so strongly that you need to be out here in the cold, in this weather, to deliver these messages that you just laid out for us to us? Why is it important that you be out here tonight delivering this message?
Oh, for sure. I mean, I don't think it's just me. I mean, it's just I have proximity. I live close. And I.
Yo, did we get a super chat? Did we just get a super chat? No, we didn't. Keep going. Never mind.
It's about the movement.
Oh, we did.
Here.
Never mind.
What these guys are doing is totally against the Constitution. We have eyeballs. We have a brain. We have an education here in Minnesota, and we have a community that can support us. We have a community that can bring us food if we can't get to our jobs. It's really important. I think it's a really good flashpoint in history, and I'm hoping that we're on the right side of it.
You referenced that, part of the movement that's building out here in Minnesota. Can you describe this movement that you see yourself as being part of? What's it fighting for? Who's it comprised of?
Yeah, for sure. I think it's for all of us. And really the movement is just education, like knowing what our rights are and having the courage to speak out for it. And it's Martin Luther King Day. It's, we are standing on all of their shoulders, and we have to use our privilege, as you're doing, to speak out for those who can't, and we're trying to be full-throated and creative and doing what we do best. Some people are crocheting mittens for us. Some people are dropping off supplies. Some people are escorting other people to work. And it's really important that we keep the engagement up. And so that way this movement continues, because the line has been drawn. It wasn't by us. It took us a while to get here. We know that there are marginalized people who've been dealing with this for a lot longer. And I know that we need to get better and all that stuff, but better late than never, I guess. We're trying our best now.
One thing that I have been trying to be conscious of in my reporting is as we get further and further removed from Renee Good's killing, is not to let her name fall out of the coverage as someone who was just taken from the Twin Cities community here. In what ways is her loss informing your activism?
Yeah, that's a really great question. Thank you so much for asking that. I work in healthcare. I'm a mandated reporter, and the response to her murder by the federal government, Kristi Noem and the like, is exactly like a domestic abuser. Honestly, they use the Darvo tactics. They're using the exact same things. And I'm someone where I really care about my neighbors. I genuinely care about the people who I treat. I'm in healthcare, and for months I've been treating people who have had concussions from these people. I work with people who have breast cancer, and my brown patients.
Trendolin with the 5 gifted channel membership. W's for Trendolin in the chat. Thank you, Trendolin. I very much appreciate it. W's for Trendolin.
Leave their
afraid to go to cancer treatment because they're worried that.
Yes, if I am lying, I am crying. Just about like the worst of the worst and all the rapists, we wouldn't be here. You know, it's. You know, we have eyes, we have brains. Don't piss on our legs and tell us it's raining. We can see this shit every day. We can see it here. And if we don't stop it from here, it's coming somewhere else.
So speaking of that federal response that you referenced there, the federal government now has begun investigating some protesters here in the Twin Cities area, driven by yesterday's protest at a church. That's the excuse that they are using. Does hearing that the federal government is bringing its full force to bear to investigate people who have the temerity to stand up against the federal government, does that cow you? Does that make you double? No.
I come here by myself. I'm not with any group. They don't scare me. They're all hat, no cattle. You know, honestly, they're just trying. They're afraid. And they're trying to go after people who don't have millions of dollars. They're afraid. If they were as strong and as sure of themselves, they would have done that shit already. You know, I don't have faith in our current government, but I do have faith in our institutions, and I do have faith of good people who are in those institutions. And the more we're visible, I think the more it's going to be easier for those good ones to kind of come out, and even if it's a whisper, just to stand up. One whisper can start a cacophony. And I think that's what it is here. I don't know. And I'm not just like blowing out my ass. I really believe that. I genuinely do.
Yeah, as the cacophony rises here around us, as more federal agents come pouring out of the federal building here. Catherine, I want to address the local authorities who are out here. We've seen the Hennepin County Sheriff's Office now step in and act as crowd control out here, private security essentially for the federal government. How does it make you feel to see local authorities interposing themselves between protesters and the federal government?
For sure. So I, have tried to keep my thumb on the pulse a little bit on the local stuff. And I have at least tried to seen a good faith effort of them trying to improve the public's trust. And I haven't been out here all day. I can only come out here a couple hours, and I do work. I have a job I got to go to tomorrow.
Oh, yeah? Oh, yeah? Oh, yeah? She has the day off because it's a holiday, but she has to go to work tomorrow. And even today, she can't spend all that much time out there. Why? Because she has a life and a job. Conservatives, do you understand that? Conservatives, she has a fucking job. She has today off because it's a fucking holiday, but she has to go to work tomorrow. Do you guys get it? No way.
But to your question, these guys, they just want us out of the street. I mean, what they're not doing, they're not coming out here. They're not deploying pepper spray. They're not yelling at us. They're trying to have a conversation. The sheriffs have done a really good job, in my opinion, from what I have.
Also, how do we know this person is not a communist? Pop quiz. How do we know? We're going to see how much you guys have been paying attention. How do we know that this person is probably a progressive and not a socialist or communist? Anyone want to take a guess? How do we know that this person is probably a progressive and not a socialist or communist? Who has ideas? Who has ideas? She believes in the institutions. She wants to change the system, not abolish it. No, they're not useful idiots. Literally, shut the fuck up. No, that was on Rumble. That wasn't on YouTube. Let's see. She's giving credit to the police. This is the biggest indicator, guys. This is the biggest indicator. Socialists and communists hate the police. And by the police, they also mean ICE, they also mean DHS, they mean the military, they mean every single like militarized National Guard would be included in that, but that's going to fall under the umbrella of the police. If you see someone saying the police are being really nice and they're trying to work with us and and isn't it nice that the police are trying to work with us? That means they are not a socialist or communist, because police abolition, prison abolition is at the core of what the left wants to do. Most of the time when they're saying abolition, it is a reference to abolishing the capitalist system, but more specifically than that, it is a reference to the abolition of the police, the prison industrial complex, et cetera, et cetera. So anytime you see anyone saying, I want to work with the police, I want law and order, I think the police are great, the police are trying to work with us, the police are being real nice, that's not a socialist or communist. That is a progressive. And we need to be specific about that. Thank you, Big Smokey. These morons actually think that LEOs care what they think. These guys are just stacking the OT. Well, I mean, maybe that's true, and I do appreciate the super chat. I will say, no one has been arrested for trying to almost murder Jake Lang the other day. No one has been arrested for dragging Nick Sorter down the street with a car and stealing his phone, even though they know exactly who did it. They have the license plate number of who did it. The police were given the license plate number and the video of it happening. Still no one's been arrested. So I, quite frankly, don't have any respect for the police in Minneapolis, and quite frankly, the police most places, because where the fuck are the arrests? Where the fuck are the arrests? And by the way, I don't just blame the Minneapolis Democrats on that. I really think that, I truly believe that conservatives are absolutely willing to let Minnesota descend into an anarchist hellhole just to be able to blame the Democrats. To be able to say, why aren't the Democrats in Minnesota doing anything to stop it? How do I know that? Because Harmeet Dillon did it on the news earlier today. This is the Trump talking point, guys. This is the Trump talking point. We can't do anything about Minnesota because it's the Democrats that are ruining it. That is what the Trump administration is saying. The Trump administration is telling us, flat the fuck out. We're not going to do shit about this because we want to own the libs in Minnesota, because we want to win an election and blame the Democrats for all of this. So the Trump administration is perfectly fine with allowing all this shit to continue. Nothing is being done about it. No insurrection act has been implemented. It's just going to get worse and worse and worse. And I think Nick Sorter's getting really pissed off. I think Cam Higbie's getting really pissed off because both of them have been attacked in this situation now and had their shit stolen. So we'll see. We'll see what happens, I guess. Hey, thanks for the super chat. Are there any groups or organizations that suggest people look into combat? No. This one, hang out here with us. That's it. We're the only ones that are actually paying attention to it that I know of. I'm deadly serious about that. Just hang out here. That's your best bet. Hang out here. Welcome. Appreciate the money.
It's not just my neighbors, and it isn't just my government or my tax dollars. They took my dad.
Oh, Daddy got deported?
Like they took people that I love from me.
Daddy got deported? Oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
So their rhetoric works, okay? Like, authoritarian.
Is Candace saying something crazy today? Must be a day that ends in Y.
I'm not mad at the Trump voter. I'm not mad at the MAGA individual. I love them.
I don't.
And I miss them. I miss going fishing with my dad. I miss going out with my uncles. You know?
Oh, when she said they took my dad, she didn't mean that her dad got deported. She means that her dad voted for Trump and is lost to her now because he voted for Trump. Okay, got it.
You know, we want you to be healthy too. We want you to be safe too. We want your kids to get a good education. We want your kids to have full bellies and be safe and go to school and not worried about getting shot up. We want that for your kids too. And you know, I don't blame you for not believing me. But that's what's in my heart today.
But your father, I mean, is he someone who is very much on, you know, on the MAGA train, so to speak, and
yeah,
feel like you just don't have that relationship with him anymore because of politics?
Yeah, and the thing is that all the, at least from what I've seen, is that people are, oh, you know, these radical liberals, they've trumped arrangement syndrome. No, we haven't. No, the line crossed us. You know, we didn't cross over. You know, I know that they're good, decent people. They just voted for someone who's really good at tricking them. And it's okay. We can't, you know, we forgive you. We forgive you for falling to those tactics because you can't be a billionaire. You can't make that much money being honest with people. You just can't. You know, so they're really good at tricking folks, and you're not stupid for falling for it. You know, I would want to believe it too. You know, I would want to believe that, yeah, let's make our country better. I want to make our country better too. You know, that this isn't the way that we've been going isn't the way to do it, in my humble opinion.
When she says the line crossed us, I mean, what she's saying there is that the Twin Cities was not built on top of 3,000 immigration enforcement agents who were already here. This is a force that was imported into these cities to cause the pain, and in one case, the death of the people that live here. I didn't ask you at the top, at least I don't think I did in my cold, addled brain, but can you just spell your name for us really quick?
Yeah, it's KTHRYN as in November.
Thank you very much. I appreciate
pleasure.
it.
Thanks for what you're doing.
Yep, appreciate it.
Looks pretty light out there today.
I want to talk directly to folks in this audience right now who might be watching, who are supporters of this president, unquestioningly, to the MAGA movement,
us.
who might be watching.
No, we
right
don't
now.
like Trump either.
We've
honestly,
had a lot of you on our
Kind of us.
streams, perhaps in our chat right now. And one thing that I want to address to you is, if you claim to stand for American ideals, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, I want you to take a look at Minneapolis, Minnesota.
No, I would prefer to lock you guys up. I would prefer. I don't stand for life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. I stand for putting all communists in a concentration camp and then ultimately deporting them somewhere that unpleasant. That's what I stand for.
Would you? There have been so many on the right who have said, "Oh, just obey authority, unquestioningly, just obey authority." Question I would put to you is, would you have said that to the Sons of Liberty when they were dumping the tea in the harbor?
Oh, for fuck's sake!
1775. Would you have said that to them? Yeah. Because at a certain point, that's what we're talking about here. In the same way that Boston was occupied by British forces who were the authorities over the 13 colonies, you've got a federal government occupying this city as well.
Yeah.
Interposing itself
I
in
can't
these
do anything about that, so
inflicting
whatever.
pain on these communities. And if you want to uphold American ideals, is this what you imagined America would be like? Clouds
Yes.
of tear gas in American cities.
Yes.
that are
Actually,
affecting
yes.
babies. That are
Babies.
affecting innocent passersby.
Guys, you're literally tear gassing babies. You're tear gassing babies. Why the fuck are you bringing babies into a protest? Why the fuck are you bringing babies to go attack the fucking ICE officers when they're trying to deport an illegal? You shouldn't be bringing your fucking kids there. Keep them inside, away from all this shit. If you assholes weren't bringing your kids to this shit, maybe they wouldn't get tear gassed.
And make you try and keep me in frame. That would certainly make me warmer. You hear these people here behind me screaming out their frustration as these federal agents leave this facility here, pull away in vehicles, going perhaps out into Twin City neighborhoods, perhaps going out in Twin City neighborhoods to, again, find more people to terrorize, kidnap, and deport. Out here on a federal holiday, on Martin Luther King Jr. Day, all these people who chose to stand out here as a way to carry on that civil rights legacy and that fight for freedom. I'm gonna
Civil
find some more
rights
people
legacy.
to talk to out here.
asshole.
If for no other reason than to
Legacy.
find an excuse to walk around as Will points out the next closest person so I don't have to walk too far. Thanks, Will.
I guess I got to come out from this thing, but
Yeah.
all right.
Wait, what's your name?
Mike.
Mike. Common spelling, I assume, Mike?
What's that?
Common spelling, I assume?
Yes.
I'm Mike?
All right.
All right, Mike. Can you start just by walking us through the message you came to deliver here? And by that, I mean read off your signs. Why are these the signs you wanted to carry today?
Sure. So I can start with them. So we have, please be kind to my community. And we have, I'm against escalation, not you. This is kind of my like evolution of signage, right? This is our first experience with government occupation. And so I'm getting better at it. And this is what I've come up with for today. You know, I think we've got lots of folks who are rightly telling them a little bit spicier messaging that they also need to hear. But I don't know. I guess I thought what might come out, what might maybe make a difference for a few of them. Like I think about like there's an adage about policing that if you have police officers in your community policing that community, you'll get the best outcomes. We have the exact opposite of that, obviously, right now with these folks coming from out of
there's an
state
ice
who
raid.
also are coming up with stories about what we're like in Minnesota. I know because you can hear what they say from their detainees and the stories that their detainees tell about the word choice that they choose to describe the people that they're imprisoning and putting in detention.
What's that story that's being told about Minnesota that you don't feel is true?
Yeah. Well, so I think that they're looking for opportunities to dehumanize, and I think that kind of like talk enables really bad behavior, right? And so like there's evidence of this. I don't think it's like. I think it's actually happening for the folks, some of the folks on the other side of that fence, because they will say things like, you wouldn't be much fun anyway, you're white. And they will say stuff like, that lesbian bitch, right? They look for opportunities to tear down
lesbian
people
bitch
that I don't know, I'm not them, but I guess don't look like them or whatnot, right? So what I'm trying to do with the signage is the very, very, very first steps of like, maybe we're not all crazy, right? Every once in a while, in the few days after Renee Good was killed, the scene out here was a lot different. Now we've got all the fences, we've got local law enforcement. You don't get to talk directly to the ICE agents anymore. And I think that's a loss. I did get to talk directly to some ICE agents in the few days before we all came up with all this, infrastructure and it was unfortunate. Like it is unfortunate now. You could really talk with them is what I'm saying. Right. And the sign's not going to do a lot. Right. But it might do a little bit. And when I used to be able to talk to them, like I got to play them the videos. Right. Like it wasn't a standoff. It was like, they wanted to know why I was here, and
meaning you were able to have almost a direct dialogue with the agents.
Totally. They were, and it was because they were putting all these fences up, right? So they needed to push us all back, and we needed to, and they weren't very good at putting the fence up, so it took a long time. We were all standing here, and we got to start talking, and that was what I was trying to create. And I don't know if we'll get to do it again, but
can you just share a little bit of that dialogue, that back and forth?
Yeah. So, and it's also helpful to understand who is Federal Protective Services and who is ICE. The Federal FPS, they're not going to be out on the street ever. The ICE agents might be worth talking to. So I got to talk to 3 of the ICE agents, and one of them said, just like small talk, like where are you from? Were you born here? No, I'm not born here, but I've lived here for 15 years. And that's long enough for me.
Oh, so you're not an
to get to know that
American.
my community is worth protecting.
So hang on.
And I think that got their attention because I think
not American, or is he just a transplant to Minneapolis? I'm unclear. But if he's not an American, he can literally shut the fuck up. I don't care what he has to say about it.
So he maybe has some similar ideas about like showing up for what's important or what's right or whatnot. We just disagree on what's right.
He sounds Canadian.
And then I played.
Not born in
and I
Minnesota.
said, you know,
He sounds
I-
Canadian, though.
It took me a long time to come out here. I think what really happened matters. And before I started making signs and whatnot, I watched a video, then I watched another video, then I watched a third video, and then I was like, okay, I'm pretty sure what happened here and what your leadership said about it is super wrong. And this was the day that that Jonathan Ross's cell phone video came, or whatever that video, the one from the perspective of the shooter.
Yeah, it was Jonathan Ross's cell phone video as he shot and killed Renee Good was released. Yes.
Yeah. And that was super fascinating because they brought that to my attention. They said, "Oh, have you seen the new one though?" And I hadn't. I was out here, right? So I was like, I don't know what you're talking about. But I'll tell you what, I just told you I think what really happened matters. And I'm interested. I'm open to seeing other viewpoints on this thing. How do I find it? And they told me, how to search for it and find it. And so I looked it up. We've all seen it now. Little hard to follow, so I had to watch it a number of times. But they really genuinely believed that this was vindicating.
Yeah.
And I don't understand how. And I wish I'd had more time to ask them that. But I did get to, and it was the first time that I'd seen it too. But I did pick up on some of.
I kind of like how this guy, he's like trying to figure out the right-wing mindset. He's like, the right-wingers have this video and they really think that this is vindicating their position, but I just don't understand how they think it's vindicating their position. And it's like he's like in his leftist fucking brain, he's trying to figure it out, but it's funny because listen, as much as I rag on conservatives for not understanding the left at all, the left also doesn't understand the right. The left thinks that MAGA are literally fascists, and I'm like, bro, I am way more fascist than MAGA. I know I am friends with people that are far more fascist than anyone in MAGA could ever hope to be. We are way far right. We are way further right than Trump has ever even fantasized about being. And but they truly don't understand this, and they truly can't wrap their heads around it. It's like we are living in different realities, and that's not just like left and far right or like whatever. It's like all of these different subcultures, all of these different political subcultures, we are all living in different realities. And that is what makes this so difficult. This guy that's being interviewed right here, he does not speak the same language we do. It might all sound like English, but it is not English. It's not. It's some different derivative that is not just about like what are the words we're saying and what does the dictionary say about those words. It's about what has the subculture that you are in defined those words as. How has the subculture that you are in framed reality? Because it's like this guy cannot even wrap his head around the idea that maybe not everyone wants foreigners here. Maybe some people have pretty good reasons for wanting to deport all their Spanish-speaking asses. We got a Rumble rant from Effectual Insurrection. Those born here of legal parents are the constitutional citizens. Statutory citizenship is granted by Congress and can be taken away. And fraud on citizen documents can also violate everything. Thanks so much for the Rumble rant, Effectual Insurrection. Really do appreciate that. So are there any MA live feeds? Well, so this is the only live feed that I can find is Status Quo News. This looks like it's earlier coverage of ICE raids that I have above me, but really there's no one else live streaming right now, guys. There's no other live stream. So we do have this Status Quo News coverage that we're watching live. I have other stuff that happened over the weekend that I do want to watch, but because this is live coverage, I wanted to tune in and then to see what's happening on the ground. So I will keep an eye out for other live coverage, but this is kind of what we have for the moment.
But I didn't see any when Mark Kelly said that you cannot, you can disobey an illegal order, or when Elise Slotkin said the same thing. I didn't see any illegal
I'm not
conduct,
watching Tommy. Guys, I'm not watching Tommy. Tommy stands on a street corner and yells insults for hours at a time. I can't do it. I'm not doing it. Sorry.
Tim Walz or Jacob Fry. I didn't see Jerome Powell, who's the head of the Fed, because he won't lower interest rates to help try.
Hang on, we got another Rumble rant from Effectual Insurrection. Dr. K, what most want MAGA to do? What is what most want MAGA to do to the leftists. She is further right of MAGA because she has seen the violence and knows the anarchist communists are truly domestic terrorists. Yeah, that's actually very true. I do appreciate the Rumble Ran effectual insurrection. Thanks so much.
A pardon, committed fraud again, and they got another pardon. There's a guy, Juan Orlando Hernandez, moved 400 tons of cocaine into the United States. He acts like he's against drug dealers, so he's killing people in the Caribbean without any legal right. But so this guy is completely inconsistent. The one thing you can count on is that if you do what he wants, you can do anything you want. And if you stand up to him, he's going to use the criminal justice system against you. This is authoritarianism. This is tyranny. This is not something, and it's not happening elsewhere. It's happening here.
Okay, this is real boring. These guys are real boring that he's interviewing. I want to go back. What do I want to do? I want to watch this Know Your Rights town hall. This might seem a little bit boring to some people, but this is actually normally what we do on the channel. We started watching this the other day, I think on Saturday, when and then stuff started kicking off, and so we stopped watching it. But essentially on Saturday morning, there was a live Know Your Rights town hall in Minneapolis, and it was recorded by BG on the Scene. And no, I'm not going to record. No, guys, listen. I need you to stop and listen to me right now. Right now, we are doing a stream about the far left. This is what we do on this channel. I am not going to record a video about my personal views on fascism. I'm not going to do a deep dive into fascism. I'm not going to do any of that. We study the far left on this channel. If you're not here to learn about the far left, I don't know what you're doing here. I need you to focus on what we're actually doing and not try to distract with, Karlyn, can you talk to us about fascism? I'm not going to do it. That is not what I do. I cover the far left. This is the only thing I really care about. If you can go somewhere else to get the ins and outs of fascism and talk about it somewhere else. I appreciate your interest, but I don't give a fuck. I don't care about the blonde whore. I care about covering the left. Okay. So this was a Know Your Rights town hall that happened on Saturday in Minnesota. So I do think it's important that we watch it. That weird Somali guy that ran for mayor of Minnesota spoke at it. Ilhan Omar spoke at it. And this is going to be kind of like a general training that the left is doing all over Minnesota. So I think it is important that we listen into it and we listen to the talking points that they're using and stuff like that. And again, I wanted to do this on Saturday. We didn't have time because of live coverage, but since there's a lull in the action now, I do want to go back and watch this because I think it is important that we know what the left is saying and doing to their people and what their talking points are when they're not, causing problems in the streets, because these types of things influence what is going on in the street. I know, guys. No, I am not going to cover Nick on Tim Pool. I don't give a flying fuck. No offense to Nick. I like whatever. No offense. There is no universe in which I am watching Tim Pool. Tim Pool is the low IQ retard that doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. I cannot emphasize this enough. We are watching the left. We are watching the left. If you want to watch Tim Pool, go watch Tim Pool. If you want to learn about fascism, go learn about fascism. This is my fucking class, and you guys are either going to pay attention to what's going on or leave. Let's get into this.
We are for our immigrants and our neighbors, and we are with all of you in community. I want to thank you that you are here this evening to support one another. And please know that you are always welcome at the American Swedish Institute, if it's to visit or to gather in community. At this time, I want to welcome Minnesota Senator Omar Fateh, and thank you again for coming.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you so much for joining us this evening and for all that you've been doing in these recent months. My name is Omar Fateh. I'm the state senator representing Southside Minneapolis, District 62, which includes the American Swedish Institute, which we're the space we're using tonight. And I want to say thank you to them for providing us with this space. And today also we have our local elected officials and our civil rights advocates joining us for a conversation about what we've been seeing here in Minneapolis, the Twin Cities, in the state of Minnesota, with the ongoing ICE operations and the continued constitutional violations we've been seeing for our residents and our neighbors. I'll start from my right. With us today, we have from CARE Minnesota, Mr. Jelani Hussein, who's with us tonight. We have Michelle McKenzie, who's the Executive Director of Advocates for Human Rights. We have Commissioner Angela Connolly. We have Congresswoman Ilhan Omar. We have almost a congressman, council member Jason Chavez. We have University of Minnesota Board Regent Kosar Mohammed. We have Soren Stevenson, who is a council member for Ward 8. And we have Representative Aisha Gomez, who represents District 62B, who's also a 62A, now a 62A, who's also a Southsider. And I'll open up very briefly also myself. Today, there was a hearing, a field hearing held by Congresswoman Ilhan Omar and other members of Congress to talk about what we've been seeing. And at that hearing, I met a man whose daughter is a US citizen. And a couple of days ago, she was taken off of the street. She's in detention somewhere, and her father doesn't know where to find her, what to do, or whether or not he'll ever see her again. And so what Minnesota is experiencing right now is an occupation by a hostile force, a group of armed, masked agents who have sworn loyalty to an authoritarian government. Their tactics are to victimize us, to use violence and intimidation against Americans to achieve a political aim. So let's call that the same thing that we label it in any other country, in any other context. This is state-sponsored terrorism. This invasion has killed one of our neighbors, Renee Good, and put others in the emergency room. Minnesotans have.
Hang on. This is an interesting question. How important is the Kasharma congressional run to the people you are covering on the left? Well, it depends on what kind of leftist you are. Let me just grab I just got a Rumble rant real quick. Let me just grab that. Mergans are over on Rumble. Happy you are keeping up the work. You certainly have stamina. Well, on a good day, I do. I do appreciate the super chat over on Rumble. So Kasharma is a woman in Seattle who is a Democratic socialist that is running for a congressional seat against, I believe, a Democrat, right? If recollection serves. Now, let me tell you the only reason that I know about this congressional race, because I don't know about every single socialist that's running for office everywhere, but I know about Kasharma. And the reason that I know about Kasharma is because when I covered the Revolutionary Socialism Conference back in, what was it, September, I believe, early September, basically I did a 2-day spy stream where we recorded an entire conference run by revolutionary socialists. Now, you guys know, if you watch my channel, that revolutionary socialists are different than reformist democratic socialists of America. Democratic socialists believe in elections. Both reformers and revolutionaries want a post-capitalist world. The goal of revolutionary socialists is the same as the goal of reformist socialists like the DSA. However, they have completely different ideas about how to get to that post-capitalist world. So revolutionaries do not believe in elections. They do not believe in the electoral system. No, they don't vote. They don't believe in running for office. They consider Zoran Mandami to be a traitor to the revolutionary cause. They hate AOC. They hate Bernie Sanders. They shit talk these people all the time. Revolutionary socialists and communists believe in the violent overthrow of the United States government as the only means of getting to a post-capitalist society. Then you have the reformist socialists, otherwise known as the Democratic Socialists. And when I say Democratic Socialists, I'm not just saying the Democratic Socialists of America. I'm saying people like the Working Families Party, AOC, Ilhan Omar, Camilla Jayapal, like people like that. Okay, so I'm saying like a reformist socialist that believes in elections. They believe in small incremental change over time. They do not believe the violent overthrow in like the violent overthrow of capitalism. They believe in voting your way into socialism. So you have to understand the difference between those two groups. I bring this up because getting back to Kasharma, the only reason I know about Kasharma is because when I recorded the Revolutionary Socialism Conference, and again, this was put on by people who want to violently overthrow the government. A group of Kasharma's volunteers showed up at the conference on day one. And let me tell you, they were struggle sessioned the fuck out of the conference. So on day one of the Revolutionary Socialism Conference, these Kasharma volunteers showed up to the conference to talk about Kasharma, and the Revolutionary Socialists were basically like, what the fuck are you talking about? And the Revolutionary Socialists tried to struggle session the DSA types that were volunteering for Kasharma. And the DSA types were like, bro, it's going to be different this time. And the Revolutionary Socialists were like, no, it's never different. It's not going to be different this time. So on the first day of that conference, they got in a big fuck off fight about the Kasharma issue. I have this all on video. I should clip it sometime. And so that was day one of the conference. On day two of the conference, they had kicked all the Kasharma people out, and they went on rant after rant after rant about how the DSA was the biggest challenge they have to actually achieving a socialist world, because the DSA always wants to work within the capitalist system. So how do these people feel about Kasharma? It depends on whether or not you're a revolutionary socialist who wants to overthrow the government, or if you are a reformist socialist that still believes in the system and that still believes that getting elected to office can lead to a post-capitalist world. It depends on which camp they're in. And this is why it's important that we know the differences between the groups.
And others are in lockdown in their homes, hiding from the police state in our streets. ICE is staging its assaults in every corner of the state, targeting schools, hospitals, and daycares. This occupying force is told by its leaders that it has total immunity from the law.
Yeah, this is actually also true. This is a really great point, and I think, Kelsey, you're the one that's reading that book on the DSA, right? This is actually a really good point. There are also caucuses within the DSA that do not agree with this. There are caucuses within the DSA that are trying to pull the DSA further left. And so that is very true as well. There is also infighting within the DSA about this. But generally speaking, the DSA does believe in the electoral system because they are running candidates all over the country. Guys, the DSA is turning into an electoral machine. I'm not making this up. They are running city council candidates all over the country. They're winning some of those elections. They're doing better than you think they are. They are running as overt socialists. They're not running as Democrats, by the way. When they're running for city council, they don't run as Democrats. They run as socialists. They raise money as socialists. They're doing national phone banking to raise money. They're trying to build off of the electoral machine that's been created in in New York City to get Zohran Mamdani elected there. They're trying to get that all over the country. And so the DSA is actually a very big problem because it is the largest socialist organization in the country. They are highly organized. They are doing a lot of fundraising, and they're being very successful at it. They're blowing their fundraising numbers out of the water, by the way. We went to many DSA organizing calls last year where the DSA was, quite frankly, amazed at how much money they were raising, and they kept upping their goals in every call. And they were like, we're doing way better than we thought we were going to. So the DSA is a really big problem. They're not dangerous. The DSA is not dangerous. The DSA is not violent. And that's important to know. Like, the DSA might be annoying, but they're not dangerous or violent. Antifa, revolutionaries, they are the ones who are dangerous and violent.
The amendments in the Bill of Rights every single day. These injustices are hitting everyone, and not just our immigrant neighbors. I keep meeting young people who were born here, United States citizens, who feel nervous about going out without a passport in their pocket. And that shouldn't be happening in America in 2026. So now we're at a low point in American history and a pivot point for our nation. It's only coming together now. It's only by coming together now to demand and defend our human and civil rights that we can guarantee those rights will be there for our children and our grandchildren. Tonight, we'll hear from leaders of every level of government and our trusted advocates about what's happening.
Mandami, no. If you think that Mandami is more left than the DSA, that's probably because you're one watching conservative media. That's not true. Zora Mandami is not a revolutionary. If Zora Mandami was a revolutionary, he would not have run in an election, because Zora Mandami, again, real revolutionary communists consider Zora Mandami to be a traitor. So it doesn't really matter what conservatives think. It matters what the left thinks.
What we need to know and what we can do to help to get together, to work together.
No, you weren't. No, you weren't. Stop fucking lying. You were absolutely not.
Portion, I'll pass it off to Jelani Hussein from CARE Minnesota to talk about what we can do to prepare, provide us information about coordination around our neighborhoods that we've been seeing with each other and how we can support one another. So please welcome Jelani Hussein.
No, she's not. I promise you. Okay. I do love it when I give very in-depth and nuanced answers to questions based on direct primary source evidence that I have video of. And people say, I think you're wrong. No, because Sharma is not organizing with revolutionaries. Do you want me to stop the whole stream and go back and find the video right now of when the revolutionaries were chewing the shit out of Sharma? If you've heard that she's organizing with revolutionaries, you need to stop listening to whoever the fuck you were talking to, because again, there is no reality. There is zero reality, zero chance that a revolutionary communist or a revolutionary socialist is going to try to win an election. 0% odds of that happening. They don't believe in the system. They tell people not to vote. They don't like people who run in elections. They think capitalism ruins everything. They think that when you run in elections and you get elected to office, you get sucked into the capitalist system and you will succumb to the capitalist system. And anyone that's been in my community for anything more than a couple of weeks, no offense, bro, but you just showed the fuck up. A lot of people who've been here a lot longer than you, they have all seen people say this on video. So when I give you an answer to a fucking question, that is the answer. And if you come back at me and say, excuse me, I think you're wrong, I'm going to chew your ass out and correct you until you learn not to do that again. It's annoying as fuck when people who just show up, who have not been here for years with us. Do you know we watched 16 hours of socialism that weekend? Do you know that in 2 days, when we infiltrated that conference that I just gave you the very nuanced explanation of, we watched 16 straight hours of socialism across 2 days to get that information? Where were you? Cynthia in with the 20 for the Focus People Fund. Yeah, I would love people to focus and actually listen to the thing I have on the screen. I think that would be pretty great if people would focus and listen to the thing I have on the screen right now.
I will start by greeting you all with greeting of peace. Assalamu alaikum, and peace and blessings be upon you all. It's a really honor to be with you all here today. Thank you so much for showing up. I've been reflecting, as all of us have, after the murder of George Floyd, and we're back feeling the sense that we are back on national spotlight. I've been reflecting on this moment for all of us, as we all are. And I have to say, more neighbors have saw each other's neighbors. We have come together in unique ways, and it was incredibly inspiring as we hit the streets and we speak up. And it was also inspiring this morning.
The Democratic Socialists of America want a post-capitalist society. They just believe that they can get the people to vote for a post-capitalist society. They want the same outcome as the revolutionaries. They just believe that they can vote their way into it. That's what they want. Did you not listen to me earlier when I explicitly said the DSA is doing national fundraising calls? And this is why, conservatives, you need to shut the fuck up and listen, because I literally said less than 5 minutes ago, the DSA is doing national fundraising campaigns where they are making calls to people all over the country to ask for money to fund their elections on both a on a local level, but they're doing this on a national basis. They're out fundraising themselves all the time. Well, you were here, bro. You've been here the entire fucking time. And so the DSA is funded via small I'm going to speak very slowly because you seem to be very stupid. The DSA is funded by making phone calls and saying, can you donate $20 to our electoral campaign fund? And then people say, here's $40 for your electoral campaign fund. And then they say, thank you. And they hang up the phone. Also, the DSA is funded by membership dues in which people pay anywhere between $5 to $15 to $50 to $100, however much they want to pay. People pay monthly dues to be a member of the national DSA and the local DSA. They are all funded by each other. This is what mutual aid is. They pay dues to be voting members of the organization. That is how they are funded. They are not funded by George Soros. They're not funded by USAID. They're not funded by the Tide Foundation. They're not funded by the CCP. They are funded by dues and fundraising. Now, can we please pay attention to what is on the screen? Please.
Morning to hear from other congressional leaders, as Congresswoman Omar is hearing, and Jayapal, and they were reminding us of how important Minnesota is.
It's not tax deductible for the DSA.
How inspiring it is for all of us to do what we have been doing, and how honorable it is for us to say we have someone who took the ultimate sacrifice for standing up for their neighbors, and Renee Good, and I hope that the murder of Renee Good and this incredible moment of pain for our state and our country.
Hey guys, we're gonna institute a new rule, because if I stop the stream every time someone asked a question right now that is unrelated to the presentation we're watching, we will literally never get through this presentation. I want to watch this. I want to know what is being said to people in Minnesota about the Know Your Rights stuff and the anti-ICE stuff. I want us to learn from this. So, while I am happy to take any question that is related to the topic on the screen, I will no longer be answering questions or acknowledging them unless they come in the form of a super chat that are unrelated to what is on the screen. We need to listen to what is going on the screen. When you guys are talking about other things that have nothing to do with what's going on the screen, you are missing the entire point of this exercise. This is a fucking classroom. I want to know what the left is saying to each other in meetings like this, because this is going to dictate their actions in the real world. So if you have a question that is off topic and unrelated to the presentation or what is being said in the presentation, you need to send in a super chat or I'm going to ignore it. Solid Mark Levin impression. Thanks, Lord of the Rhea. I appreciate that over on Rumble. No, I didn't say that. No. I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I need you to listen to me. Mouth shut, ears open. I said that all questions related to the presentation, related to what is going on the screen, would be answered. If you have a question related to what is on the screen, you can ask that anytime. If you have a question that has nothing to fuck off do with what is on the screen, then you either need to keep it to yourself, you need to send me a super chat, or you need to wait until we are done with this.
May result in finally this country moving us forward into an immigration reform. But with all that, I would not be minded to say something that's important right now, since we're in this incredible space and community. That is the word UFTA. Trust me, As a Somali American, the word ufta is something to run away from.
No,
For
Somali.
Regions, everybody would say sufta.
I do love Somalis.
It's a word that can
so
encompass
much.
a lot of things for all of us right now. But here's what I'll just say in my few remarks. Number one, there is no one in our community who should not take the Constitution for granted. And that is why every single one of us have to educate ourselves, empower us with knowledge to be a textbook walking to support our community. You should know the Constitution, you should know the laws, and we should be working to improve those laws to make our state and our nation better. This is the challenge in this moment. A lot of people are easy to just say, somebody else should know. But no, all of us can learn together. We need everybody to become an expert. I remember I shared with you a story that happened in one of our rural towns when we were working on the census in 2020. And what was inspiring is this woman, Somali woman, who wanted to, initially we were trying to get everybody to fill out the census, and it was so inspiring for her to just step up and say, you know what, give it to me. And her teenage daughter went into that apartment building and worked it to make sure every single person was gonna fill out the census. And that is the kind of what we're seeing today. And I saw that in Cedar Riverside with mothers who are out there patrolling, and I've seen the young people patrolling. I saw the energy in St. Cloud, where nearly 300 people filled the city hall and were able to speak up and speak truth to what is happening. I'm seeing it everywhere. I just came from a mosque earlier today that I gave a sermon at. There was almost 25 people outside. And many of those people probably never walked into that mosque, but it was nothing.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
That they were new to the space. They were walking around like in the mosque as if it was their own backyard. And I think this moment, it's a moment, and I believe it's gonna fade away and we're gonna get out of this. But this moment, we should cherish it even. The fact that we are feeling this pain, and I hope every single one of us, we become better. I am an urban planner by trade, and I know since the Bowling Alone book, I don't know if you know that from the 2000s, suburbia and the design have created us not to exist in our own universe, in our own hallways and neighbors. And
So it looks like Status Quo has actually already gone offline, and that should actually tell us something about how quiet it is today in Minneapolis. Like Status Quo was only out there for like an hour or so, and now they're already offline and they're already going and doing something else. They weren't even really interviewing that many interesting people, and I think that's important for people to know. Like it kind of does seem like the left is taking the day off, which of course is fine. They're allowed to take a day off. But I do want people to understand the left is planning a major walkout tomorrow. They are planning a major direct action where they want to get people to walk out of their job. They want to get people like students to walk out of school. So I do think there is going to be a ton of action tomorrow. And I think I know for an absolute fact that right now the left in Minnesota is holding a planning meeting for that. Like it's happening like right now, but they don't have videos in it. So they're right now what the left is probably doing is organizing for tomorrow, honestly. And I do expect there to be a bunch of coverage tomorrow. I'm planning on starting relatively early tomorrow because I'm betting they're going to be out protesting or doing something crazy because they're deliberately doing it to make a point. So I think we will have coverage then. And on Friday, they are planning another mass strike and major protest. So I think this is just a planning day for them, to be honest about it. Also, while we're on the topic, I want to let people know we now have 3 spy streams for this week for people who are YouTube channel members, and they are going to be on Wednesday. On Wednesday, we are doing a double feature. So Wednesday for spy stream, you're going to get 2 spy streams in 1 spy stream, because what's happening is there are 2 calls back to back, and we're just going to watch both of them back to back. We might even have to leave the first one to go to the second one, but I think the second one's going to be better than the first one. So you're getting a double feature spy stream on Wednesday. That's going to be Wednesday evening. And then on Thursday, you're getting another spy stream with one of the organizing groups in Minnesota talking about how they're organizing against ICE. So we do have a bunch of spy streams set up for this week. So if you're not a supporter on my Substack, my Locals or Rumble, my Patreon, my Twitter subscribers, of course, my most appreciated YouTube channel members, make sure you become a supporter and then you can join us for spy stream. We do them at least once a week. And do I do that on YouTube? Well, what happens is you get a link to an unlisted video. So no, I do not do Spy Stream publicly on YouTube. Spy Stream is a supporter exclusive. We go inside a live leftist training. We watch it live. I have to keep it as a supporter exclusive for a lot of reasons, but you can get access to it by becoming a YouTube channel member, or by getting on my Substack, or by joining via Locals or Rumble or whatever, or Patreon or Twitter subscribers. And if you are a paying supporter on any of those platforms, you will receive a link to the unlisted live stream to join us for Spy Streams when they happen. That is how it works. That's how it works. Kate, Fairfax County schools are supporting the walkout tomorrow. Imagine my shock, Kate. Imagine my shock that the school system is supporting the students walking out of schools. Imagine my shock. We got 5 gifted channel memberships over on Rumble via Goro. Thank you, Goro, for supporting the community over there. Congrats to everyone who got a gifted channel membership. I do believe that Rumble members, and guys, please correct me if I'm wrong about this, I do believe that Rumble members get access to my locals, and so you guys get Spy Stream through there. Mike says Substack is preferred. Yeah, I do prefer people give on Substack, but listen, if you want to give on locals in a super chat, or excuse me, if you want to give via super chat or channel memberships on Rumble or YouTube, guys, beggars can't be choosers. Whatever platform you want to give me money on is perfectly fine with me. Just don't ask me to set up a new one and we're cool. But yeah, my preferred method of support is Substack. But if you're getting YouTube channel memberships, I think that's a great thing. Handing out Rumble channel memberships, I think it's a great thing. I actually think it's awesome that so many people on the channels are donating memberships so that other people can come join us for Spy Stream. And so channel memberships are actually slowly but surely becoming a really valued form of participation as well. So if you want to give money, donate on whatever platform works best for you. And I think if you're going to donate on YouTube or Rumble, I think gifting out channel memberships is a really great way to do it, because not only do I benefit and the channel benefits, but the community also benefits. Yeah, but don't you guys, if you are paid local subscriber but not a Rumble channel member, you get a red dot. So Rumble, how can I communicate with you guys where the Spy Stream link is then? Can you tell me how that works on Rumble then? Because people told me that you guys as Rumble channel members got access to my locals, and I do have my locals hooked into my Rumble. So tell me how that works. Because I want to make sure you guys get access to the Spy Streams. I just don't know how to do it. So is there a place I can post on Rumble out to channel members? I truly don't know how Rumble works, because Rumble sucks as a platform. Rumble sucks. You'll look into it, Goro. I would appreciate it. Thank you. We got to figure out a way to get the Rumble channel members their benefits. Like, I just don't. I mean, I guess, actually, you know what probably I can do? I can probably make it, here's what I can do, Rumble. I can do member only videos on Rumble, right? So I can distribute the YouTube link generally, and then stream the Spy Stream to Rumble and make it a member only video, so you guys all have access to it. I think that's what I can do. That might be a solution. Cool. Then that's what we'll do then. That's what we'll do. So when we do a Spy Stream, it will be streamed to Rumble as a member-only video. Problem solved. And it'll still be streamed to an unlisted video elsewhere. And that way our Rumble members... That's awesome. Okay, I'm shocked I didn't think of that solution earlier. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Welcome, Wally, to the cult. Your life is over, you're never leaving, and you will never see the world the same way again. But we do appreciate you being here. And you're going to have friends during the apocalypse. Back to this.
So these moments of incredible stress are bringing us together, and that's something that is inspiring. And we are winning. I know no matter how people feel difficult,
they're winning.
We are winning. We're winning this moment.
They're winning.
Each other, and most importantly, we're winning back the country. But there's a big but. And that but is commitment is what we need, because it's a long road. And I'll tell you, politicians will tell you it's a bell curve like this. The moment somebody or some moment comes, anger and frustration and focus is at an all-time high. But the moment things start to move and time starts to go away, people give up. So I hope there's something inspirational you bring to your own home that reminds you every single day the commitment that you're making today for a year from now, and even 2 years from now, and 3 years from now. So that
welcome Florida girl to becoming a channel member. We really do appreciate it. Welcome to the cult.
The part I'll say is I know advocates for human rights, BIRAC and Immigrant Law Center and Bonitos and all these incredible organizations in our community, Copal. I'm telling you, and I've seen the staff and everybody, we are exhausted. I'm telling you, I usually do not pick up my phone, I'm being honest, because I just can't answer every single phone. I have to pick up. I don't know if there's somebody else on the other line where that someone is knocking on their door. That's the reality. So we are gonna do everything possible, but we need you with us. Volunteer with us. Show up at the office. Help clean the office if you need to. Just be with us. And I'm telling you, that is how we're gonna get through this. When we are with each other every single day and we hold each other up and we fight every single day. And I don't wanna hear anybody saying, I need to go learn from them. You can learn on your own. Most of you can Google it, ChatGPT it half of the day, whatever it is you take. We need every single person in this state to be educated, because when ICE officer shows up, you should be able to tell him or her exactly what the law says, because you've got it right in front of you. This is where we're gonna be. We're gonna be empowered by knowledge and an incredible heart.
We're going to be empowered by knowledge. I just want to pause on that for a second. I just want to pause on that. Education is at the forefront of leftist activism. Every time they start doing activism around anything, education is the very first thing they can do, or they always do. They convene a class, they convene a workshop, they convene a panel. They bring in experts in whatever thing they're talking about. They write zines to teach people how to do stuff, or the history of something, or what needs to be done, or any number of things. They create materials. They have an entire curriculum around it. Sometimes they host entire conferences about it. They have bookstores all over the country where they hold these events. They have organizational centers where they hold these events. They have publishing company that publishes books, that sends this information out. Like they have book fairs. The book fairs are the big thing I went to last year to collect their propaganda. They have these massive book fairs where they are also doing educational sessions. They're also doing workshops. They're also doing panels. They're also doing meetups. They're doing all this stuff. Education is at the forefront of what leftist activism is. They don't do anything without an educational component. And I'm stressing this as Wolf is giving us 5 channel memberships. W's in the chat for Wolf. Appreciate it, bro. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. The reason I bring this up is the right does not do this. I'm not talking about struggle sessions. The right does not do education. The right does not do education. When the right has conferences, and I've been to many of them, I've been to CPAC, I've been to other conservative events, I've seen exactly what goes on at conservative events. I've also been undercover at leftist events. I know exactly how different leftist events are than conservative events. During CPAC, do you know what happens during CPAC? The main room at CPAC is basically a giant-ass pep rally where politicians line up and they all come out and they do a 10-minute speech saying, here's why you should support me, and here's why you should give me money, and here's the thing that I think is the most important that's part of the conservative narrative. And it's a 10-minute fucking pep rally for each politician. And the conservatives stand there and they wave their flags and they go, yeah, USA, USA, USA. It's a fucking pep rally. It's not an educational event. But at CPAC, there are also panel sessions that you can go to outside of the main room. Almost no one goes to them. The panel sessions are where the actual education takes place. The panel sessions is where the in-depth discussions take place. It's where you can actually meet activists. It's where you can actually network. Conservatives don't go to them. I have been a speaker at conservative conferences. When I give a talk, and this is, by the way, it's not just me, this is every single speaker at the event. There's hardly anyone in the audience. Do you know what everyone does at the conservative events, though? They all go to the happy hour later. They all go to the social networking event. They all go out to the bar later and they drink their drinks and they smoke their cigars. So at the actual educational events where they could be learning about all this stuff, where they could be networking with each other, where they could be organizing, they don't even show up. They only show up afterwards for the hookers and the blow and the booze and all that stuff. And that is what it's like to be at a conservative event, in my experience. The left, I'm not saying the left doesn't party. They do. They have fun at their events too. They have social parts of their events as well. But they all go to the educational sessions during the day. And this is why on this channel, we do things a little differently. And this is why on this channel, we focus on education. This is why every time someone says to me, Karlyn, what do we do to defeat the left? I say, sit down, shut the fuck up, open your ears, listen, and learn as much as you can. Because without education, without understanding our enemy, without understanding and hinging into reality with what is really going on in the world, we are so fucked. And part of what I'm doing is modeled exactly after what has been so effective on the left. There is a method to my madness. They are winning for a reason, and part of that reason is that education is at the core of what they do.
And a community that will not give up. That is what I'm seeing in Minnesota. So I'm here just to say to all of you, let's keep up the fight, let's continue the fight, and let's continue to check in with each other. I know there's a lot of fear in our community. There's a lot of people afraid. And many of you have not heard this.
Something I've seen for years is networking of the left is at sci-fi and furry and gaming conventions. Does this look like a sci-fi or a furry or a gaming convention? Does it look like we're watching a sci-fi or a furry or a game or a gaming convention? Do you want to peruse the thousands of hours of leftist trainings that I have on video on this channel and tell me what percentage of them look like a sci-fi or furry or gaming convention? I've gone undercover with the left more than anyone that I know of in the country. I've never been to a sci-fi or a furry or a gaming convention. The reason that you think it's all sci-fi or furry or gaming conventions is because you follow conservative clickbait artists who have lied to you for money. And you should really think about that, and you should really stop following the people who are lying to you, because if this is your perception of the left, then it seems to me that you're not looking at the screen and paying attention to what's going on right in front of you right now. This was on Saturday in Minneapolis.
Even though we're trying to break through the news, the last 4 days, or perhaps the last weekend until this week, we have seen now refugees being picked up. People who have come here legally, who have been vetted for years. In fact, some of them have been vetted by the Trump administration during their time, who are here legally, who have followed every path. In fact, they've applied for their green card. Some of them are waiting. Some of them even have like a notice that their green card is coming, and they're being picked up. So they're escalating because we're doing a great job. But now we also need to escalate. Thank you so much.
And Jelani ran away. He'll be back. I want to thank him for his remarks. And the next portion, I'll pass it off to Michelle McKenzie, who will provide the minority rights training. On the back, if Matt can come back, there's examples of a judicial warrant and an administrative warrant, what each one means, what's needed when an ICE agent is at your door, in the workplace, etc. And I want Michelle hopefully to walk through some of the tactics that they've been using illegally. So with that, I'll pass it to Michelle. Thank you.
I'm like the opposite of Jay Kalani in so many ways, and most importantly, like he's a foot and a half taller than me. So I think I'm adjusted here, and hopefully you can see me. Thank you so much for pulling this together and letting us come here tonight. As the Senator said, I'm at the Advocates for Human Rights. We are a human rights organization based here in Minnesota with the mission of protecting and promoting internationally recognized human rights. We have a legal defense program and have worked with asylum seekers since the early 1980s. and we are driven by volunteers. We all have a part to play in defending human rights, and we all have a responsibility to do it. When I do this kind of training, I often say the Constitution, it's like the workout I never do. I should be doing sit-ups and push-ups to strengthen my muscles. We have to be working out our constitutional muscles all the time. As Jaylani said, they have to be habit. We have to have muscle memory. This is hard to do in a crisis. And so practice when we're out of here tonight, role play with your families, simulate what's going to happen. And this is for every single person in this room. The Constitution needs us fighting. We also have to exactly call this what it is. And the words that we are using are arbitrary, prolonged, indefinite, incommunicado detention. They are enforced disappearance. They're extrajudicial execution.
Okay, listen to this. Listen to this. It's so interesting how she framed this. She said, the words we're using are whatever she said. The words we're using are kidnapping. The words we're using they are being super specific about their word choice to present a certain image to the public about ICE being the Gestapo. And yeah, that's Ilhan Omar. She's going to be speaking later. Didn't I say Ilhan Omar speaking at this meeting? Was no one paying attention? Was no one listening? Listen to what this person says.
And this is for every single person in this room. The Constitution needs us fighting. We also have to exactly call this what it is. And the words that we are using are arbitrary, prolonged, indefinite, incommunicado detention. They are enforced.
Arbitrary, prolonged, indefinite, incommunicado detention. The words they're using are very intentional. This is the level that the left thinks this stuff through. This is why they all are saying the same thing, because they articulate, here is the language we are using in these organizing meetings, so that they're all saying the same thing, so that their message perpetuates faster. Thank you, CT Yankee. I do appreciate the $10 super chat.
Forced disappearance. They're extrajudicial execution. These are gross human rights violations, and they are happening right here. And we have to be human rights defenders. We are all human rights defenders in this room, and that's what we're here to do. So I'm going to talk about your rights under the Constitution, your legal rights, with this caveat that in the moment, your rights are in the hands of the authority, right? In the moment, you are going to be making decisions about whether it is safe or not safe to exercise a right. If your right isn't respected, if your right isn't protected, if you are ignored, the way our Constitution works is you're fighting it out after the fact and suppressing the evidence and getting accountability. This is deeply unsatisfying. In the moment, it means that you might be having your rights violated. We are seeing that.
Okay, guys, I just found a live feed that I'm not 100% sure is actually live, but it looks like it could be live. It looks like it's in downtown Minneapolis, and it looks like it could be live. I'm just not exactly sure who's streaming it on the ground. And so I'm going to put this live feed above my head, but I'm not exactly sure what's going on or if this is old footage. This seems like it might be old footage to me, but I'm still going to keep it up because I'm just not sure. And we'll still watch this.
All the time here, that doesn't mean you don't have them. Right? And we have to hold that in our hearts and souls as we're doing this, but you also have to consider yourself. I am an under 4'11" middle-aged.
I think this might be footage from last week when ICE shot that Venezuelan guy and the left showed up to protest. I think that might be what this is, and it's just running on a loop. But again, I'm not 100% positive when this footage was shot.
White woman, my rights and the way I exercise them are going to be different than Jaylani's, right? Because he is perceived in a way I am not, and I am perceived in a way he is not. That's reality. You have to calculate that yourself. So we all have the most important right if we are encountering law enforcement and they are asking us questions. They can ask anything because they have the right to free speech, right? And they will ask anything, and they'll ask it in crafty ways. They may tell you that they're DoorDash. They can lie to you in an investigation. That is all okay. What we have is the right to remain silent. And this is this is the one you have to practice. If you're a talker like me,
Yeah,
you
I think
really
it
have
might
to
not
practice
be.
it, but you have the right to remain silent. You can say, I do not want to talk to you. I am remaining silent. You have to just own that, right? If you are a person who's out doing constitutional observing,
Oh,
you're
BG's
out
on the
and
scene.
you're being
Guys,
confronted.
our intrepid warrior, BG. BG is on the scene. He is live outside God. You know what? BG on the scene, he's the only one we can rely on. BG on the scene is always there. BG on the scene always shows up. He's quiet. He's unassuming. He doesn't involve himself in any of it. He just films everything and he always gets the best angles. Like, hail BG on the scene, man. We would literally be lost without the constant, never-ending effort of BG on the scene. And I strongly recommend everyone subscribe to him, support him if you want to. He's been doing this a long time. He's very, very good at it. And I really appreciate that he is the only streamer that got his ass out there over to the Minnesota detention facility so that we could have some live footage as we review this material from the weekend.
Not with deportation, but with arrest, right? Arbitrary arrest with no legal basis, but arrest nonetheless. Has anybody seen the Instagram account, Shut the F Up? Right, okay. So there's these two civil rights lawyers and their whole shtick is when the police are talking to you, just shut the fuck up, right? That's the entire thing. Remember that, just shut up. You don't have to say things. Don't say things in the car when they're driving you. We've heard numerous reports of ICE having 3 agents in a car with 1 person. Don't say anything. Just keep quiet. Anything you say can and you will be used against you in a court of law. If you've watched TV, you know that. So do be quiet, okay? Now, that is against, balanced against the fact that if you are being pulled over and accused of not being a citizen of the US or being illegally here or whatever, while you don't have to carry citizenship papers, you may want to show them to get away. That is okay.
Oh, yeah? Oh, yeah? Oh, yeah, Wally? Oh, you think so? Oh, you think so? You think they're all on the scene, do you? You think they're all on the scene? Let's look that up. Let's look that up. Is Cam Higbee on the scene right now? No, Cam Higbee is not live right now. Is BC Preacher on the scene right now? No, BC Preacher is not live right now. Does Nick Sorter even have a YouTube channel? Does Nick Sorter have a YouTube channel? No, Nick Sorter doesn't have a YouTube channel. If I go to Nick Sorter's Twitter account, twitter.com. Actually, let me just type in his name. It's going to be easier for everyone. If I go to Nick Sorter's Twitter account, is Nick Sorter live right now? Where is he? He follows me. There he is. Nick Sorter live right now? No, he's not live right now. So no, Wally. No. BG on the scene is the only fucking person live right now. BG on the scene is the only Is IRT live right now? Let's check. Let's check. Oh, hey, bro, do you know that I've been sitting here constantly for the last hour and a half trying to find live streams for people on the scene? Oh, wow, IRT's not live either. Do you have anyone else that you would like me to check? Because it seems to me that BG on the scene is the only fucking person at the ICE facility. No. No, retard. I didn't. I did not at all. And the only thing saving you right now from being permanently banned on my channel is you literally just bought a channel membership not too long ago. So I'm giving you a brief reprieve to get your shit together. Do not ever question me like that again. Idiots. Idiots. I'm surrounded by idiots.
Right? If you are trying to de-escalate and get away because your kids are waiting for you at home, you can show your passport and get out of there. They should not be asking anybody, do you have your passport on you? We are not at a border. They do not have the right to ask us if we have our passports. But if they do, you can choose to get out of there and show it. Who here, yeah, I don't want to say this, but I carry my passport on myself all the time. I make my husband, who's a naturalized citizen, carry proof of citizenship on him all the time. We are two white people. That is our practice. Carry your citizenship proof on you. There you go. All right, right? You've got your documents in your hand. But you can choose. If you're a US citizen, there is no law that says we have to, right? This is the conundrum we're in. If you're not a citizen, you are by law required to be carrying your immigration paperwork on you. If you have a green card, it's always been for 100 years that you have to have that green card with you. So you're supposed to carry that. Now we are seeing Border Patrol roaming around pretending that they are at a border, which they are not. We are in the interior. There is no border, but they want to know, where's your citizenship papers? Well, are you crossing an international border? It may feel like it if you're going to St. Paul, but you are not, right?
Oh,
That
yeah?
is actually a domestic
Thank you.
crossing. You can go freely into St. Paul at any time, people. It's okay. Be safe. But we don't have passport checkpoints in this country. So you as a citizen may not have that on you. If you are taken into custody, we understand you'll be taken to a US citizen holding space and questioned there. That arrest could happen to any of us. If you are a non-citizen, having your papers on you may still result in you being taken into questioning. So have your papers on you, but also you can remain silent, okay? Never carry false papers. That is actually a crime if you're using somebody else's immigration papers, so don't do that. You have one really fundamental right in this country that I think the framers of the Constitution and the Revolutionary War were really, really, really passionate about, and that is your home. Your home is your castle, right? If there are really strong constitutional protections about law enforcement coming into your home. That means your home that you own, your home that you rent, your apartment, your dwelling. It also means other private spaces, but homes are really, really important. That's why people are staying in them right now. You have the right to not open the door. I hide from my neighbors all the time if I don't want to be bothered. You know, knock on the door unless the government has a warrant signed by a judge, not by ICE, authorizing entry into your house, including your apartment number, your unit number. And it's actually for this time period, not like 5 years ago when some other person lived there. That is the only way you are compelled to open your door. If they have an ICE warrant, one that they make up for themselves, by themselves, sign by themselves, that may give them the right to deport somebody or to detain somebody. They have some administrative warrant issuing power. That's fine. It does not let them into your home. If they don't have a warrant and they bash down your door anyway, all you do is say, I am not consenting to a search, and you try to stay out of harm's way. You just can't, you can't stop them. They are gonna outpower you. But that is what lets them in the house legally. Everything else doesn't. What can screw you up is if you invite them in, okay? We normally invite people into our homes. People knock on the door, come in. just don't let them in. You may have seen these red cards out in the room. You can blow this up and put, tape it on the inside of your door. So you've got those rules right in front of you. What do? I'm not letting you in this house.
Well,
And
the problem
what happens
is,
if they
hang
stop
on,
you on the street?
hang on. This is actually a legitimate problem that conservatives need to be aware of. Now, listen, I'm not on the left side by any stretch of the imagination. However, it is also true that there are a lot of new ICE agents that are completely untrained to do their job. And that is incompetence on behalf of the Trump administration and Kristi Noem and Tom Homan and everyone else involved in training ICE, because they're hiring a lot of people. They are not properly training them. And so the reason we know that is I can go onto leftist social media over and over and over and over and over again and see flat out that these ICE officers are showing up without a warrant. And it's obvious and it's very clear. So it is not an insignificant problem that ICE officers are absolutely showing up without a warrant, because the left is training their entire ecosystem that if they don't have a warrant, that they can say, get the fuck out of my house and leave me alone. And they're correct about that. And by the way, in leftist trainings, and they probably have it on the screen above and we just can't see it, they have, here is what ICE shows up with. Here is what they actually need to come into their home. So they're getting really nitpicky about it. And we might even see it in this presentation where they're saying, if they show up with this thing, that's not a warrant. But if they show up with this thing, then you actually have to comply. So perhaps the Trump administration should, I don't know, start fucking supporting ICE and actually doing training and actually making sure they have the resources they need and the tools they need and the knowledge they need to do their job. Because this is just part incompetence. Part of the reasons the left is winning in this regard is because, again, of the incompetence of the right.
I mean, this is the dangerous spot, right? And this is where I'm in a really different position as the short white girl. If you are not under arrest, you are free to go legally. You can ask.
All right, Wally, it's all good, bro. All good. Don't worry about it.
If you are not, you can walk away. You shouldn't run away if you are free to go, but you can walk away. These encounters are not normal. We're seeing people swarmed. We're seeing people
okay.
threatened.
Well, I guess, guys, I guess it's all over, guys. I guess we should just give up on the idea of doing deportations. I guess it's all over. There's just nothing we can do because the Democrat judge isn't going to give them a warrant. Guys, why don't we take our toys and go home, guys? It's time for the West to all just take our toys and go home, and there's nothing we can do because it's the Democrats. The Trump administration has no responsibility. All of the incompetent people in the Trump administration that aren't doing shit to prevent any of this, they have no response. It's all the Democrats' fault, guys. And, there's just nothing we can do about those Democrat judges. So maybe we should just all take our toys and go home and wallow in the fact that this is becoming a brown country that speaks fucking Spanish. And there's just nothing we can do about it. And it's all the Democrat faults, guys. It's all the Democrats. That's it.
Seeing people different directions shouted at people. You have to calculate your safety in that moment. But if you are not under arrest, you are free to go. That is your right. Same with driving. You have to pull over when the police are behind you. If you don't know who they are, you need to pull over. You can call 911 if you are not sure who's pulling you over to make sure that they will show up and that it's really ICE. You don't want to flee in your vehicle. You can refuse to answer questions. You can refuse a search. You can, if you are the passenger, refuse to turn over papers. You don't have to be licensed to ride in a car with somebody else who's driving. But again, we know ICE is violating these rights. So what happens when they break down your window? What happens when they tackle you to the ground is a matter of safety first and fighting your constitutional rights afterwards.
Hey guys, guess what? Guess what? Breaking news. Breaking news. Oh, actually. There is now another organizing call on Wednesday. Now there's 3 organizing calls on Wednesday. Hang on a second. Fuck me. God damn it. All right. Well, I might need okay, let me ask this. Is someone willing to go to a Zoom call and record that Zoom call for me? Do I have any intrepid warriors, preferably someone that I know in the chat, that is willing to go to a Zoom call and record that Zoom call for me? And I will give you the link and I will tell you what name to sign in under. But I just need someone to go to a Zoom call and literally just record it for me. And we're not going to watch it live, because the thing of it is now there is overlapping organizing meetings that are happening on Wednesday. And I really want to go to both of them. And if we can get an intrepid warrior, maybe Average Person would be willing to do it. I know Average Person knows how to do it. If we can get an intrepid volunteer to record a Zoom call for me, I know it's during the evening. Please DM me on Twitter or otherwise get in touch. I would appreciate it. Thank you.
The really frustrating thing in this is that...
Okay, then DM me on Twitter, please.
When it comes to immigration enforcement, unfortunately, the
I want to ask Average Person.
Often gets thrown out the window. It's untethered from the legal process. And you might have your rights violated and not have a way to ever remedy that. Because they just aren't going to take you to court. Just try your best, if you are detained, to get in touch with somebody. There will be lawyer lists inside facilities. Try to get your name out. Have a safety plan with people so they know if you're arrested. There is an app you can download called Ready Now by Human Rights First. You can preload it with messages to your friends, family, and lawyers so they know you've been detained. Calculate your safety. And
we just got a 50 from Goro. 50 from Goro. Goro says, on locals, I can see the red unlocked button. This is set up correctly. For Rumble, you just have to set up a Rumble premium stream. Okay, I can actually do both. So that's actually great information. So first off, W's for Goro for the very generous super chat, bro. I really do appreciate the 50. So it seems as though local, like Rumble members, have access to my locals, which is good information for me. And that's all set up correctly. So you guys can always find the spy stream link posted through locals, but also what I will also do is set up a member only like premium stream on Rumble. I can do both, actually. I can do both. So I will just do both because I post the spy stream stuff to locals anyway. And I actually do stream the content to Rumble anyway. I just don't set it up as a premium stream. I just use Rumble as like an archive. So I can actually do both. Good. Problem solved. Awesome work. Teamwork makes the dream work, Goro. Thank you very much.
Stay strong in detention. It can take a long time before you are out, but you don't have to sign away your rights to be in this country. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Michelle, for that presentation. That was extremely helpful. And,
thank you.
She showed a red card. Those cards are available at the front, as well as whistle kits, as well as Know Your Rights pamphlets that are all provided by Queer Minnesota. So on your way out, if you'd like, please grab some. And now we'll go on to our panelists. First, we have Congresswoman Ilhan Omar, who represents CD5. Do we have microphones up here that we can pass it on? Thank you. And so, Congresswoman Omar, welcome. Please let us know what you've been hearing at the federal level, what you've been seeing on the ground. I know that you've been handling a lot of immigration issues prior to this, but what are some of the things folks can do in emergency situations? And also, when they approach your office or reach out to your office, what are some things they need to gather prior to that? Congresswoman, thank you. What was it? So when folks reach out to your office with immigration-related questions, what are some things like documentation that you need to gather? I know that, for example, there's a privacy release form and things like that. So,
thank you, Senator Fate, for the incredible work that you are doing and for convening us. I'm really grateful to be here with you all. As Senator Fate said earlier, today we were able to hold a field hearing in I guess I made my update. We were able to hold a field hearing. We had 29 members of Congress who were able to come in from 18 different states. They were able to hear from the mayor of St. Paul, the mayor of Minneapolis, and they were able to hear from our Attorney General Keith Ellison about some of the things that they have witnessed. We also had a panel of advocates and leaders from UCLA to NINOS to CARE Minnesota. Jay Lanny was on that panel. We also heard from two American citizens who were detained, Ms. Beggy and Mubashir, whose arrest went viral when he was detained as he was on his lunch break in Cedar Riverside, screaming that he was a U.S. citizen, actually had documentation on him. These testimonies were really powerful. I think for me, it was the first time I'd heard. I know Michelle just spoke of the fact that there is a detention cell at ICE detention centers for citizens, which again, that sentence doesn't make any sense. If you think about what the jurisdiction for immigration enforcement and border control and what these detention centers are set up for, this is not a place where a citizen should ever be in or be held in. We heard that both of them, after they were handcuffed, arrested, taken to the detention center, that their ankles were shackled. Again, maybe it's because I watch too much TV, but those of you who might be in law enforcement or know people in law enforcement, it makes no sense to put ankle shackles on people who are already in a cell and have no criminal record, and that you've decided to unhandcuff them, but somehow you think their ankles should be shackled. And so we are hearing, obviously, a blatant abuse of people's constitutional rights. We know that ICE and Border Control have really run rogue. We know that we have a little over 3,000 agents in our city and across the state. It is not just Minneapolis, although it does feel that the occupation is heavy here and in St. Paul. But we've heard accounts in Wilmer, in Rochester, in St. Cloud, in Mankato, in Marshall, and many other places that are not coming to mind right now. I got a frantic text message for one of my state representatives in the 5th Congressional District in Spring Lake Park, where they showed up to the high school as the students were being let out for lunch. So it is a terror that they are creating in many of our communities. We heard from teachers and parents in Minneapolis schools who are scared to send their kids to school. There is a challenge as Minneapolis tries to navigate this in trying to a hybrid system because they don't have the resources to continue the longer that this occupation goes on. They might be in jeopardy of losing resources as well if the kids are not present in the classroom. And so this we know is very unattainable, and I'm really grateful to the Minnesota Democratic delegation for staying on top of it. We know that when our office does not have the capacity to react because someone has been snatched and they are not a direct constituent of ours because our office's resources are tied to you being a resident in the Fifth. It's been our senators, Tina Smith and Amy Klobuchar, who we have leaned on to send that information. We know that our Republican delegation is not helping in any of their residents that are being detained. I would say the most alarming thing, and Michelle talked about this and so did Jaylani, is that they said about 5,300 people who have been allowed to come into the country previously vetted in their own countries of birth under refugee status, who have come up.
It's not just that they start at city council and work their way up. It's that they believe that the most effective positions to hold are actually like local positions. It's kind of the same reason that like libertarians mostly run for local positions. Like a libertarian's never going to win the presidency. That's never going to happen for many, many, many reasons. But libertarians can win local positions, and actually that impacts the lives of local people the most. And so the left kind of thinks the same thing. It's like, if they consider it a massive victory to win a city council seat as a socialist, and there are multiple cities in this country, from Rochester, New York, Seattle, Portland. There are socialist city council members that are elected all over the country, and there are some city councils that are like completely controlled by the far left, and so that's actually the thing that they think are one of the most important things. Yeah, I'm not sure you guys made the most effective argument here, being that she's still a member of Congress and that no one really seems to care. So perhaps we can move on and actually focus on what she's saying, please.
Either for their green card interviews or for their citizenship interviews, are showing up to do these interviews. And they're being told they cannot be granted the interview any longer. Instead of saying you can come back another time or giving a reason, they are being detained and they are being shipped to another state. And so we have no way of being able to get a release form from them. Their lawyers, even if their families were to obtain counsel for them, have no way of being able to find them. We know that the ICE locator tracker has not been updated. And so oftentimes families and many people who work on immigration, and those of us who have been immigrant advocates, when somebody is disappeared in the community and there is the assumption that they are undocumented, it was easy for you to go to this portal to be able to see, if they've been detained, where they're being detained, and take emergency action. And unfortunately, that hasn't been the case.
Hang on. This asshole on my screen right here looks like he's yelling at the cops. I just want to go to BG real quick and see what is going on. Oh no, it's over. It's over. He left. He left. Oh well, we can keep going with this.
For many of the citizens or legal immigrants that they are detaining, they don't want to share that information because it is illegal for them to put their names and their information on those trackers. So we are getting cases where a U.S. citizen is detained. They're detained for hours, sometimes days, where we're getting phone calls from their families and loved ones or their co-workers or their neighbors. And we have no way to know if that has happened or not. Local law enforcement has been a little bit helpful in that because they are getting these possible kidnapping phone calls. And sometimes, they might be able to provide information for us. But I think for me, that is the most scariest piece, because we know that these are masked men that are showing up and snatching people. And I don't know, when the dust settles, how many of these people might actually be kidnapped victims.
Kidnap victims.
Where harm has come to them.
Kidnapped
and we might not
victims.
be able to have proper information for law enforcement to investigate what has happened to them, because oftentimes law enforcement will tell you the first 48 hours are crucial in finding somebody who's been kidnapped. And then lastly, I will say, yes, if you are to reach out to our office, we need a privacy release form. You can preemptively submit one to our office. Oftentimes it expires within 90 days. And so if you do submit one to our office, just update it every 90 days and share that information with those that you know in your community.
Yeah.
And then I will end by saying—
We got a Rumble rant from Goro. Guys, Rumble kind of seems to be kicking YouTube's ass today. What's going on? Is something in the water over on Rumble? Because Rumble is kind of kicking YouTube's ass in terms of like super chats and channel. Well, actually, no, YouTube is doing pretty good on the channel memberships. I will say that. We could always use more, but YouTube's doing okay there. Let's see. Goro says, what are your thoughts on using Democracy.io to send emails to representatives? Should more people use this EFF funded service? Thank you for all you do. Okay, here's my general thought about sending emails to people. Here's what politicians do when they start getting a lot of emails. They keep track of how many emails are in favor of something and how many emails are against something. So I do think that sending emails can be a useful exercise, because it's a very low labor thing, like sending an email saying, please support X, Y, B, and Z for reason X, Y, B, and Z. Like, thank you. That's really all you have to do. It's a very kind of like low energy investment activity that a lot of people can do. And I know for an absolute fact that politicians at the local, at the state, and at the national level, they keep track of like, here is how many people are saying yes, and here's how many people are saying no. And here are the ones, especially like the national level, that are ones in my voting district. They kind of separate those out from like all the riffraff that call their office and stuff like that. And so like, I do think it can be a valuable exercise to do if you have a very specific goal of like, we need this right now, mother effers, or like it has to be like a very focused effort. More generally speaking, unless you're doing it as part of a campaign, it's probably not going to make that much of a difference, but like I guess it's worth thinking about. So do I think we should use that website? I mean, if it helps people send emails, then why not? I guess. Why not use their tools? It doesn't really matter.
You know, this is happening because our Republican counterparts and the president
Good to know, Susan.
decided to take your money that should have gone to healthcare, that should have gone to food stamps, that should have gone to housing assistance, that should have gone to rural hospitals, has gone to create this terror by funding ICE to the tune of $170 billion. So every time you see this paramilitary that is occupying our streets, remember that it is money that could have helped our neighbors afford their lives, get the health care they need, make sure that there is cancer research for our babies, and to make sure that our neighbors in rural communities don't have to drive hours and die while they seek health care. Thank you.
Thank you so much to Congresswoman, and I can speak to her responsiveness. A lot of times, folks from the immigrant communities reach out to my office with immigration-related issues. And as a state senator, a lot of times I can't do anything about it. So that partnership, that connection with the federal level, with folks like our Congresswoman is very helpful, and she gets the job done and she's very responsive. So I want to say thank you so much to our Congresswoman. Next, we're passing it along to our county commissioner, the one and only Commissioner Angela Connolly. And so, Commissioner, what are you hearing on the ground from a county perspective? Can you tell us about how the county specifically is mobilizing around maybe some of our immigrant neighbors that are afraid to access some of our county services? So, welcome.
Absolutely, thank you, and good evening, everyone. Thank you for being here. The fact that you're here means a lot and it matters. We have to show up and keep showing up in this capacity to support our neighbors. So I want to touch on a few things. One of them is that Hennepin County is kind of where you go when you need supports for mental health, health care, our hospital, when you need food support, benefits, things to help you maintain your own well-being. And what we're finding is people are no longer coming to their appointments, making their SNAP renewals, making their cash assistance renewals. A lot of people are applying right now for emergency assistance because they can't pay their rent. So there's a real push for an eviction moratorium from the governor. I support that. I support that wholeheartedly. Because I don't want to.
Guys, all things that negatively impact landlords come from the far left, because the far left doesn't believe in property ownership. Capitalism is defined as private property. Capitalism is defined as private property ownership. Landlords are the owners of private property who exploit the renters by renting out to them and all this stuff. And so the far left hates landlords. And so every time you hear things about like squatters' rights or eviction moratoriums or things like that, it is always and universally trickle down from far left activism.
See more people out on the street because they can't afford their rent, because they aren't going to work, because it's not safe to go to work.
It's not safe to go to work.
Operation Reconnect, which is a real-time whole government response. All of Hennepin County has mobilized, including our crisis support. So our COPE program goes directly to the people. What we've heard at Hennepin, what I've heard directly from my constituents, is that the neighborhoods directly surrounding 34th and Portland are in dire straits right now. They are hurting really bad. And we have mobilized psychological first aid, emergency trauma response to that neighborhood twice.
There is a neighborhood of illegal immigrants in Minnesota that are so badly traumatized by the potential that they're going to be deported that the far left has had to mobilize emergency psychological first aid. Perhaps if the Trump administration were actually paying attention to presentations like this, they would just go to that neighborhood and start arresting everyone. Perhaps this is actually really great intelligence for, I don't know, someone in the fucking government to utilize to say, if people are that severely psychologically traumatized by the threat of deportation, there's probably a reason for that, and maybe we should just go there and, stake out the neighborhood and deport everyone that we possibly can. Maybe that neighborhood should be home base of ICE operations in the city of Minneapolis. I'm just saying, if they're that severely traumatized that the left has to bring in emergency psychological first aid for the entire fucking neighborhood, then there's a reason for that. And maybe someone should tell the FBI and DHS and all of these people who are supposed to do this stuff to, I don't know, go take care of it again.
Has just stood up Operation Reconnect, which is a real-time whole government response. All of Hennepin County has mobilized, including our crisis support. So our COPE program goes directly to the people. What we've heard at Hennepin, what I've heard directly from my constituents, is that the neighborhoods directly surrounding 34th and Portland are in dire straits right now. They are hurting really bad. And we have mobilized psychological first aid, emergency trauma response to that neighborhood.
Psychological first aid and emergency trauma response. Psychological first aid and emergency trauma response. because this neighborhood is so traumatized that they might be getting deported. Unfucking believable. Unfucking believable. Ceiling Cat in with the gifted channel membership. W's in the chat for Ceiling Cat. Really do appreciate it, bro. I don't know. That's a good question, Peter. I don't know. I'm a psychologist, and I don't know what psychological first aid is. But to be fair, I'm not a trauma therapist. I've never studied trauma therapy. I haven't done any of that. There are well-trained trauma therapists out there that probably know more about this than I do. I'm an industrial organizational psychologist. Yeah, this is actually a great idea. Why don't we just dress up ICE as psychologists? That's actually a very W idea. Why don't we just dress up ICE to make them look like they are the providers of the emergency trauma response aid? They're basically sending a whole batch of emotional support animals into like the illegal neighborhood in Minneapolis.
Twice, that will be ongoing for as long as this occupation is ongoing. Because what we care about is the well-being of the people who live in these communities that ICE is occupying illegally and tormenting us and causing irreparable harm. And we can't even see what the full impact will be until they leave. We're just responding, as we get hit with something new, and that's every few minutes is what it feels like. Our emergency mental health response is 24 hours a day. We've got a website up right now at hennepin.us that explains what that emergency response is, what services are available, and how you can access them. That's one thing. I think the second thing that Hennepin County really wants to do is keep our patients safe. We have been trying for weeks now. You all are aware that there's ICE at our level 1 pediatric and adult safety net hospital, okay, our trauma center. It's the only one in the region. Earlier this summer, the Hennepin County Board, our 7-member board, took over operational oversight of this hospital to keep it stabilized because the federal government decided that they wanted to cut Medicaid to hospitals. When you hear the congresswoman talk about rural hospitals closing, that's not a dream, that's a reality. And it's not just rural hospitals. We took over ownership so that the hospital that we operate downtown, your safety net hospital, stays open. Right now, we have an illegal occupation of that hospital. We have been trying leadership at both the county, leadership at the hospital, legal leadership, security leadership has been trying to get ICE out of our hospital because we have not been presented with the United States District Court judicially signed warrant saying that they should be there. We don't have that. And they're being told from their supervisors.
So the county politicians, I really want everyone to keep this in mind. This is a county level politician, okay? They're trying to get ICE out of the hospitals in Minnesota because they think the fact that ICE can go into the hospitals in Minnesota to find people that are potentially there illegally is actually traumatizing people. I want everyone to listen to this again. This is why we listen to these people, guys, because they tell us exactly what they're doing.
Ownership so that the hospital that we operate downtown, your safety net hospital, stays open. Right now, we have an illegal occupation of that hospital.
An illegal occupation of the hospital.
We have been trying leadership at both the county, leadership at the hospital, legal leadership, security leadership has been trying to get ICE out of our hospital because we have not been presented with the United States District Court judicially signed warrant saying that they should be there. We don't have that. And they're being told from their supervisors, we can be. Well, no, they can't, right? So,
and yet they are.
Options are being
talked
about.
They are.
That I can't talk about yet. But just so you know, this is what's happening. ICE is acting outside of the law. The third thing that I want to touch on is that ICE has left children in the home by themselves because they have broken in and taken their parents. Now, Hennepin County also operates child protection, right? And typically, if a local police officer is going to arrest a parent or goes to a house to issue a warrant and there's children, they'll call child protection to come and get the kids because there's kids here. ICE isn't doing that. I've heard of 2 instances where kids have been left in the house alone. So what Hennepin County right now needs you to do is to let us know, and you can reach out to me, Angela Connolly, Hennepin County Commissioner, District 4, I represent the South Side. You can reach out to my office. If you see something, if you see anything like this, and so many of you are following them and recording them, which is your legal right to do so, blowing whistles when they're around, if you know of any children.
Hey guys, breaking news. So I subscribe to various socialist publications. So every once in a while I get communist and socialist magazines delivered to my home. And this one had actually been sitting on my desk for maybe a week or two, and I just hadn't gotten a chance to open it yet, but I collect all these things and I, archive them. This is a magazine produced by the more radical caucus within the DSA. Florida needs hope. A socialist slate can provide it. There is a whole article in this little communist magazine published by a caucus within the Democratic Socialists of America about the organizing that they are doing in Florida. You're welcome, red states. You're welcome.
Been left behind. I need to know about that because we are prioritizing kinship care. We are going to the house. Who's your uncle? Who's your auntie? Do you have a sister? Do you have a cousin? And we're just making sure those kids get to family. They won't be in child protection. We are not opening up any cases. We just want those kids to be with their family because this is how ICE operates. So our goal at Hennepin right now, again, emergency operations are on, they're on right now. They're on as of this week, right? We've sent messaging out on social media. We've been sending phone numbers out for COVID emergency response, but we are mobilized. We are ready to take care of you. We are ready to utilize whatever legal recourse we have, but most importantly, our residents need to feel safe. They need to feel like they can leave their homes. They need to feel like they are supported. Right now, that's not a reality. And so that means that we need to come to you. Hennepin County has also mobilized family home visiting. People aren't making it to their doctor's appointments, to their OB visits, and that's not okay. So part of that mobilized response is to get out to residents. If they can't come to us, then we will just come to them, right? So I think what I want to close with is just, our mission, our entire mission as a county is to make sure that you're healthy, right? That you have strong well-being. And when our community doesn't have that, then we just as a whole are unhealthy. It's not good for our physical health. It's not good for our mental health to be under the level of stress that we have been under since we have been occupied. This is stressful to our bodies. It is dangerous to be under the level of stress that we are. So we will continue to provide resources to residents who need them. We will continue to be just a phone call away. I will continue to be a phone call away. I will continue to work with my elected colleagues here and our immigrant rights organizations in community so that we are all connected to give you what it is that you need as residents and to get folks who are already locked up at Whipple the resources that they need. And if United States citizens continue to be harassed and arrested and detained for doing legal things like observing, I know the ACLU will continue to fight. I know our Attorney General, Keith Ellison, will continue to sue, right? These are our avenues. We'll continue to take them on your behalf. Thank you.
Thank you so much to our County Commissioner, Angela Connolly. And what she touched on is really important because there are people that are very afraid to access these various services. And so you don't have to defer your healthcare. The county will come to you. You don't have to defer your maintenance of your well-being, your mental health. The county will come to you, right? And so I want to say thank you so much to our County Commissioner. And with that, next up, we'll pass it off to the state representative for the South Side, Representative Aisha Gomez. Please talk about what you've been seeing, as well as some of the neighborhood about the responses that we've had.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Wonderful to see you all. Thank you for being here. Whether you've been, monitoring this what's going on in our community for the last 6 weeks and out on the streets, or whether this is the first time stepping into this space. We're so glad that you're here. Okay, who's wearing a whistle? Hold it up if you're wearing a whistle around your neck right now.
Fucking whistle!
All right, that's pretty good. For the rest of you who are not wearing a whistle right now, let's do it. There are beautiful whistles available out there. And the reason that we're wearing these whistles—
They're giving away free fucking whistles at their training meetings. Who was the first to tell you guys about the whistles? Was that me? Pretty sure it was me.
is because they are a tool and they're a symbol of the fact that we are out here protecting our neighborhoods, we're protecting our communities. That is our charge in this time. And so it's a symbol and a tool of what's working, which is neighborhood rapid response, community defense.
Hey, Tyler, I saw you say earlier in the chat, you can tell she's lying, and then you provided no evidence. Tyler, this is real. And every time you guys come in and you deny it, you say, she's lying, pinky swear, trust us, bro. It doesn't make a difference. They are winning. You are losing. This is about understanding what they're doing and how they're organizing and how they are being so successful. So please, I need you to listen and to learn and to ask questions.
Standing together, taking care of each other in many, many ways. So if you hear a bunch of whistles, if you hear a bunch of car horns and you're like, what is that? Go running. Because we have to be there in like 2 minutes to intervene in these situations sometimes. When we say rapid response, that's what we're really talking about. And so we all have to, as we're moving about our days, we're seeing these masked secret police abducting people on the street. And so we all have to be aware and be ready.
This is actually an interesting question. I shouldn't tangent into answering this, but it's an interesting question, and so I'm going to answer it. Do you look at everyday people the same after? Do I look at people the same now as I did before I started doing this? No. No. I find normie people that don't know any of this is going on, I have a very low tolerance for being around them. I have a very low tolerance for people who don't understand how important this is. I have a very low tolerance for people who just are completely apathetic to the fact that like the world is getting really completely fucked up and we're all going to suffer. And especially the ones that have kids. I don't have kids, but there are so many people with kids that seem to have absolutely no problem with their children suffering immensely because of all of this, and they're not doing anything about it. And so, do I look at like people the same? No, I don't look at, I look at people based on the group that they're a part of. And, there are many groups that I have to keep a certain amount of distance from. It's not that I can't be around normal people. It's just that like, it's like if I'm around normal people, it's got to be in its proper sphere, right? And it's like, I don't really speak the same language as normal people anymore. And I don't think people who get really into this stuff and understand it, we literally don't speak the same language as normies anymore. And so you're kind of always going like this. It's like when my mother calls me, and listen, my mother means well, bless her heart, whatever. My mother is still like a Democrat. She's a Democrat, and she's not a socialist or a communist, but she's a Democrat. And my mother thinks that all of this immigration stuff is just horrible and that Donald Trump's an evil dictator and all that. And when my mother calls and she wants to talk to me about this stuff and she's upset that I went on Fox News again, and I just have to go, okay, bless your heart, okay. And I just have to let her, I cannot, like, you can't, there's no point in having the dialogue because she can't get there. She can't, bless her heart, with love. All this stuff. She can't get there. I'm not trying to insult my mother. I'm saying that my mother, and I think many people have this situation with their parents, is indicative of like consume too much liberal media and now literally can't break out of that. And I have a lot of difficulty communicating with people like that. I also have a lot of difficulty communicating with people who watch too much Fox News. I can't communicate with people who all they ever watch is Fox News because they can't break out of it. So no, I don't see people the same way at all. And this is why I say, like you guys think I'm joking sometimes when people join the channel, they become members on the channel, and I say, hey, guess what? Your life is over and we're going to destroy everything and we're changing your entire worldview, but it's going to be okay. Like, I actually do mean that. If you follow my content, your entire worldview is going to be destroyed. I genuinely mean this. You will never see the world the same again if you so like, consume my content at your own risk, because although you will become more hinged into reality, although you will know the truth when so many people are lying to themselves, there's cost and there's benefit, right? There's benefit to doing all this. I wouldn't have it any other way. But there is a cost to it, and you need to understand that. And you're going to need to let go of a lot of things that you thought were true, and you're going to have to, your heroes are going to shockingly disappoint you. I have been disappointed by so many people over and over and over and over and over again. But you will have a place of comrades, as it were, comrades in the revolution, and you have a place of people that see the world in the same way that you do. So while you will become a member of a community, it's kind of like people on the internet say I have a cult because I call my show The Cult, and it's like a little tongue-in-cheek thing, right? I am obviously not actually a cult leader. I don't care if people stay in my cult or not, but like, once you're in, you can't leave. And it's not that I'm doing anything to prevent you from leaving. I can't do anything to prevent you from leaving. I tell people to get the fuck out of my cult all the time. But once you're in and you really get it, you're not going to want to leave, because we are the one, we can communicate with each other. We all get it. And we're surrounded by an ocean of fucking insanity on all sides. This is like the very definition of like if you are a sane person surrounded by insane people, you will look like the insane person because you are surrounded by insane people. You are the bastion of like normalcy and common sense, but you are surrounded by absolute fucking lunatics. And so as a result of contrast, you are the person that looks insane in that scenario because you are the extreme minority in the group. That is what we are. We are a little bastion of sanity and common sense on the internet, where we actually listen and we do nuanced analysis. We are surrounded by retards and clowns and jokers and revolutionaries and neo-Nazis and classical liberals and conservatards, and like, we are surrounded by fucking insanity literally on all sides. And so it's like, am I running a cult? No, I can't force anyone to watch my content. Like, stay if you want, leave if you want. I don't really care. But like, understand that like, once you're in and once you see it, you cannot unsee it. It is over. I promise, it's over. So take that for what it's worth. Maybe it's an ominous warning. I don't know. Hey, Andre, thanks for the super chat. We call them normies. I call them illiterates in socialism and communism, as in now. It's kind of like IT when you learn new computer languages. Technology liberates versus technology illiterate. Yeah, I think there's definitely truth to that. Appreciate the money. Yo, we got another super chat from Anti-Commie. It's like we are in the movie They Live, and we all live. Actually, you know what's funny? Can I show you the next t-shirt that's going to launch in my store? I haven't launched it yet, but I was going to launch it. I was going to launch it probably this week sometime. Let me show you the next t-shirt that's going to be launching in my merch store. You guys are going to love this. I designed it last year. I just never got around to launching it. Hang on. Boom. That's the next t-shirt in the merch store that's going up. So yeah, we are in They Live, and we have on the sunglasses. And everyone, and we can see what's going on, and no one else around can see it. Isn't that cool design though? Ain't that fucking badass? You all want to wear that on a t-shirt? Tell me you guys want to wear that on a t-shirt. That's a fucking cool t-shirt right there, if I do say so myself. coming to the Red Menace Supply Company very soon. That is redmenacesupply.com. I'll let you know when it's up.
And be ready to make noise with your car horn, with your whistle, with your voice. It's your right to tell these people what you think of them being in our neighborhoods. And best believe there are people out there telling them, and that's our right. And every second that they are worried about a US citizen blowing a whistle in their face or calling them a murderous traitor or telling them to get the fuck out of our neighborhoods, every minute that they're doing that and that they're like freaking out and worried about that is a minute that they're not snatching up one of our neighbors. And so that is time well spent.
I gotta pee, I'll be right back.
Well spent for all of us. Sorry, I had to make notes because my brain is like fried. Okay, so Jason's been out in the street a lot. I've been out in the street a lot. A lot of people out here have been in these situations. And so like a couple of days ago, Jason and I were both on 35th and Park, where they cut a woman. She wasn't even an observer. She was trying to go to the doctor, US citizen. They cut her seatbelt. They pulled her out of their car. They carried her by her ankles and her wrists to a car, and they detained her. And they did a similar move on another observer. And I got maced that day. Did you get maced that day? Of course you did. You couldn't have been there and not get maced that day. Well, I mean, that's not exactly true because that's in violation, or that's counter to what I'm about to tell you, which is, if you see these chaotic scenes, they're intense, they're scary, they're chaotic. They look worse on the videos. I just want you to know that. I was at some intense thing and I'm like, oh, that's not as bad as that thing I saw a video of. And people who were at both of them were like, what are you talking about? The thing you just went through is 5 times as bad, but it just looks worse.
All right, I'll do stickers
on the video. And so, there are people who get arrested, but there are also, like, what you don't see on that tight in to the intense area video is that like 90% of the people there are standing back, they're observing, they're taking footage, they're blowing their whistle, they're using their voices, they're using their horns, and they're safe, But so each of us has to do a risk assessment.
Thank you, Aaron.
Right?
Appreciate it.
Like, what is your vulnerability in this time, right? Are you somebody who has family or people very closely associated with you who are at risk, of this demonic system that they have put together to deport our neighbors? Or do you have like a little kid at home? If you ended up in the federal building in the American Detention Center for 6 hours, it would really like mess somebody up. Then you're somebody who's maybe gonna participate in this in a different.
We just had a retard chat on Rumble and I'm gonna address it. Hey, Lowe's over on Rumble says, small numbers for the protest tonight, 0 degrees out there tonight. They don't pay them enough. Well, first of all, they don't pay them at all, asshole. Secondly, where they are is at an organizing meeting for tomorrow's general walkout. So no, the reason there aren't that many protesters right now is because they are literally at a general fucking organizing meeting for the giant ass direct action that they're doing tomorrow. That is why. It is not the cold. It is because they are organizing to fuck up society literally tomorrow with a mass walkout. You're welcome.
Way. If you're profiled, right? Because we know that they're profiling people based on race, based on accents, you're at greater risk in this time. If you're not somebody who falls into those categories, like, this is the time to show up. Our grandkids will be asking us what we were doing if we were in Minneapolis.
It's both tomorrow and Friday. It's both.
In January of 2026. And I'm going to be able to tell mine that I was doing a lot. And so we have to do a risk assessment. We have to be real. But the thing is that they are being brutal and they're accelerating their tactics. They're accelerating their violence.
Hang on, we got a super chat from Boss Bully Boy. I appreciate that DM earlier, bro. That was great. I tried to explain some of this to my mother-in-law, who is running for commissioner here, and just blank, nothing behind the... I know exactly the look you're talking about. It's like you're talking to them, but they're not there's nothing there. There is nothing that you are saying that is penetrate, and you can tell because there's a blank stare, and then there's maybe like a nod because they're trying to make you feel like they're listening, but they're not really listening. There's nothing there. I totally get it. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate it. I do have a kind and gentle demeanor. I am far kinder than I damn well should be, considering what I have been put through in the last 5 years. I am a fucking ray of fucking sunshine, given what I could have turned into. Just always remember that.
They extrajudicially executed one of our neighbors in the streets last week. We know what these people will do. But
I'm basically a fucking saint.
They want us to run back in our houses because of their brutal tactics. But that's not what
if that ever happens, that would be the funniest shit, honestly. If I ever do, because you know, if Alex Jones ever has me on his show, you know, at some point I'm gonna have to give Alex Jones like a sternly worded but very gentle and loving lecture about all of the ways in which he is wrong. Can you guys can you guys imagine seeing me give Alex Jones a vigorous correction on all of the things that he's wrong about? You know it's gonna happen. And so I have full faith that at some point I will end up being interviewed by Alex Jones. I really do believe it's gonna happen. I'm not trying to make it happen. I think the universe is just gonna conspire in a way where it's like inevitable, given what I do in the arena in which I do it. I think it's like inevitable I'm gonna end up on his show at some point. I don't know when. And when that happens, inevitably, I'm going to have to like gently correct Alex Jones on all the ways he's wrong about the left. And it's going to be so fucking funny. And I'm going to have to struggle to keep it. I'm going to have to be professional. I've actually thought about this. I'm going to have to be professional when I'm doing it. I'm going to have to keep a straight face. But just when it eventually happens, guys, just know that on the inside, I am dying with how hilarious I find the situation, but I'm behaving in a professional manner so as to get hopefully invited back sometime. It would be awesome. It'll happen someday, and exactly when it's supposed to. Hey, little miss, thanks for the super chat. Karlyn, after all these years, I am thankful you are here with us and a saint and sane, rather. Sane, sorry, I'm not wearing glasses. And sane. Glad you never gave up. Much respect. Here is some support. Yeah, I almost gave up many times. Does anyone remember me crying on the internet saying, I don't want to do this anymore. This sucks. Cynthia! Karlyn, our fucking ray of sunshine. I am a ray of fucking sunshine, Cynthia. I am an Aries. I am the brightest ray of sunshine that there is. Obviously. We got a super chat from Goro. Actually, I think a couple super chats from Goro. Let's see. I tried to stop being a follower of Karlyn, but someone showed up behind me like Watchdog Legion with Riot Drone, hovering right above my head with a non-lethal taser-style stun projector. I wrote this of my own free will. Yep, that's what happens when you try to leave the cult, Goro. Thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Minneapolis is about. That's not how the South Side plays it. We don't do that. We're not going back inside. We're called to be courageous in this moment. And like on the narrative battle, we're winning. People saw this.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Yeah, I'm actually kind of convinced that it's inevitable that I'm going to be on Joe Rogan at some point too, but that particular conversation terrifies me. So I'm kind of, again, I don't ever shield myself out. I'm not going to try to get on, I'm not going to be like, can you ask such and such a person to interview me? I'm never going to do that. But like, I think it's inevitable just the way that like everything is conspiring with like the perfect storm of circumstance on like all things. And so that's actually something I've thought about too. But I'm in no hurry to have that conversation. And it's no offense to Joe Rogan. I like Joe Rogan. I like his show. I think it would actually be a fascinating conversation if I'm honest about it. I would just be absolutely fucking terrified. And so I'm just letting the universe work itself out. That's it. It'll happen if it's supposed to happen. It will not happen if it's not supposed to happen. If it does happen, it will happen in its own best time. That's how I feel about it.
When there's like 20 videos of something, you can't lie about it. You know? You can't lie about it. So now's the time to step in. And I'm sorry I went on so long, but if you're a Minneapolis resident and you're not linked up with your neighbors who are doing this work, go to Defend 612 on Instagram or Google it. I think it's defend612.org.
Oh, yeah?
And link up with your local rapid response.
Okay. Oh.
And I just really appreciate the time.
Defend 612. Oh, there it is. Hello. Hello.
Thank you so much, Representative Gomez. And Aisha is someone that actually pulls up every single time. She shows up, and she's courageous and she's fearless, and I'm honored to serve with her in the same district. Next up, we have Representatives Soren Stevenson, who represents Ward 8, and actually the incident, the murder of Renee Good was on the border of Ward 8 and 9. And so what are we hearing from the city level? What are you hearing, Councilmember Soren? So please, welcome.
Yeah, thank you. I'm council member from Ward 8 in
Sorry.
It's okay, it's okay.
I downgraded him, sorry, Councilmember.
They upgraded me. I needed to right size what was happening. Yeah, I represent Ward 8. 34th in Portland is right on the border between mine and Jason's ward. So Renee Good was killed in my ward. Renee Good was killed in Jason's ward. I have been spending a lot of time going around to the different schools, particularly Green Center.
Yo, Goro in with the rant. Bro really said the murder of Renee Good. Oh, yeah, they say that all the time, Goro. Thanks for the money. Appreciate it.
Central, which is Spanish immersion school, and talking to parents, talking to people who are looking out and watching out for our kids while they're in school. And I've seen my job in part as to encourage people and to get more people connected. I cannot be in every place at every time, but I can talk to a lot more people in a short amount of time than most people can, just because of where
we got effectual insurrection with another Rumble rant. Defend 612 is what I sent you in DMs. Oh, you did send it? I'm sorry. They're under Corporation Cannon River. All right. Well, thank you. I appreciate that effectual insurrection. I didn't put 2 and 2 together.
Where I sit and how many followers I have and whether someone will put me on TV or not. So to that end, I want to say this, is that what Aisha is doing, what Jason is doing, what many of you are doing, it is working in the moment. It is working to keep your neighbors safe. We need you out there, and we need you to get your friends and your relatives and your neighbors connected, because when we are connected together, we will fight off 3,000 pussy-ass ICE agents.
I'm sorry, what?
We will do this together. We will do this together because they cannot deal with—
Is this a local elected member of Minneapolis government saying, we will fight off these ICE agents if we work together? I'm pretty sure it is.
This is that what Aisha is doing, what Jason is doing, what many of you are doing, it is working in the moment. It is working to keep your neighbors safe. We need you out there, and we need you to get your friends and your relatives and your neighbors connected, because when we are connected together, we will fight off 3,000 pussy-ass ICE agents. We will do this together. We will do this together because they cannot deal with the fact that there will be tens of thousands of us united, tens of thousands of us working to protect our neighbors, working to protect workers, working to protect our local immigrant businesses. So please stay in this fight. and get others in it as well. I just had office hours earlier today, and I was in a wealthy part of my ward. And I had very old people coming saying, how can I get involved? And so if we have our elders coming saying, how can I get involved? I think all of us can get involved. Yes. And so that's you, that's them, that's everyone. Be connected with your neighbors, know what you're doing, get connected with Defend 612, because together we really can do this. And I just want to end by saying, we're having this discussion over are immigrants welcome here or not? We're standing in the American Swedish Institute. I am the son of my ancestors are Swedes. Why is my immigrant story glorified, whereas the immigrant story of so many of you, so many of my colleagues, so many of our neighbors is vilified? It's because of gutter racism. It's because of bigotry. We know this, and together we are going to fight this off. Because this history, this long-running history of racism in this country, this can end with us. It can. We have to believe that. We have to believe that, and we have to act that way every single day. So now is the time for us to stand together and say, we want a different way, and we want a different future. And we can make that future together. So thanks for being here, and keep doing the hard work.
Thank you so much, Councilmember, and I'm honored to serve with him as well. Ward 8 is within District 62, and Soren is also someone who has constantly been showing up. In fact, I remember during post-murder of George Floyd, Soren was outside, and himself is a victim of police violence and actually lost an eye in that. And instead of backing down and hiding and just saying, you know what, I did my part. What did he do? He continued to organize, and now he's the new member of the City Council representing Ward 8. And so thank you so much for showing up and stepping up. Next up, we got the University Board Regent Kosar Mohammed, representing at large, who's also a newly appointed regent. She's a good friend of ours, a good friend of mine. I want to hear from you, Kosar, about what are you hearing from our students? What are you hearing from our campuses? What are our campuses doing to keep our students safe? What resources are available? And I know you're also part of the senior protection team. You can talk a little bit about that also. Kosar, welcome.
So I feel like my senses are on super drive right now. I think it's been like this since November of 2024. And so being in a predicament like this feels very tough. I know many of us have not slept, have not really had a sense of normalcy for some time. Right now I'm leaving my community members back home in Cedar Riverside as they develop their own internal command system. And so outside of the various hats that I hold, the first hat that I hold is community. The first hat that I wear as it being a community member. I grew up in the Cedar Riverside neighborhood. I was born on the South Side, and now I represent one of the largest institutions in this state and this nation. It's one of the longest standing institutions in the state. The University of Minnesota was established before the state became its own establishment. And so I want to recognize that it's a wool-eyed mammoth of an institution. It's a $5 billion enterprise, and I'm one person out of 12 regents, right? And so what I can note right now is that we recently did hire a new chief for the University of Minnesota's police department. He just started earlier this week. We are bringing him up to speed around what is happening across the landscape, but also what is the response level that is needed across our system. The really unique factor about the University of Minnesota is that we have a 5 campus-wide system. We are not homogeneous in identity or creed or ideology. And so it creates this really tough parameter of how do we meet the needs of our constituents, our staff, our students who are located in Crookston, Rochester, Morris, Duluth, and particularly our flagship school in the Twin Cities campus. In many ways, we are fortunate that many students were not here currently because they were on winter break. So right now, it's really for us to start thinking about emergency prevention, mitigation, and response as students begin to come back after MLK holiday. And so we've already created a federal updates hub on our websites We already have guidance to our students. We are also advising all of our colleges and our deans and chancellors to be aware of accommodations that student and staff and faculty may need, to be able to offer a hybrid option and allow folks the ability to opt in or opt out. Because again, we are serving the entire state of Minnesota, and we recognize how delicate this situation is right now. Do I agree with all parameters? Probably not, right? But I will continue to represent this great state. I will continue to represent community, and I want you all to feel very confident in being able to message me. I will try to respond as quickly as possible. This is a volunteer role. I don't think a lot of folks know this. Regents are not paid for this position. It is a volunteer board opportunity to serve this state without any staffing or support really particularly provided. And so we are here to serve you all. We are here to serve our students. We are here to serve our faculty and staff, but we are in a very particularly tough situation as a public land grant institution that needs federal dollars to survive and keep the lights on. And so we really need our partners in the system to think through strategies with us, to think about how do we think about the future beyond this current state. We really need to think about what are we going to do to keep the lights on in Minnesota. We have the entire weight of the federal government upon us right now. And so we have to start getting creative. We really have to start thinking about what are the systematic processes of how we re-engineer this crisis, right? And so that looks like similar to what our representative was sharing today, doing boots on the ground work.
So what I'm hearing is that one of the most effective strategies that the Trump administration could take, if it actually cared about being productive, is to immediately cut all federal funding to the University of Minnesota system, which is a public taxpayer-funded system, and a land grant university, which is a whole other level of public institution, because land grant universities are accountable to the governments that provided them with the land. That's what a land grant university is. And so if the Trump administration was actually interested in doing something productive about the situation, how about they cut all federal funding to the University of Minnesota system until they stop producing anarchist leftist activists? No, we're focusing on one. Conservatives cannot do more than one thing at the same time. You can do one thing. That's it. And you can barely even do one thing. So we are focusing on one single thing. And we are being very, 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 very specific in the request. Trump needs to cut the funding to the University of Minnesota system until they stop producing anarcho-communist activists that are trying to overthrow the government. Trump can't do anything because of judges. Trump needs to fucking figure it out. Trump has more lawyers than anyone in the world. You think he can't figure it out? The reason Trump hasn't figured it out is because Trump doesn't want to fucking figure it out, because Trump is a massive pussy, and Republicans who support him are also massive pussies that coddle him and allow this bullshit to continue. Trump needs to fucking figure it out. Do not send them one more fucking cent of money.
To brush off my community organizing skills and get back into the field, right? You really got to get back in the field, y'all. And if that means asking questions to learn about how to do organizing work, how to think about what does violence look like and how you identify violence early and how do you curb this level of violence, we are here to be able to serve you in that way, right? And again, really the notion of we are not martyrs for this cause. We as Minnesotans are not martyrs. We were not created to be martyrs for this cause. We love life, and we are here to have a good life and to survive this and come out of it thriving. And so thank you all for showing up. We are in a very tough predicament. And so I'm here in community with you all. Feel free to reach out at any time.
Thank you so much for our vision, because right now things are scary. for our students. As the chair of the Higher Education Committee, I heard countless stories of students getting picked up off of campus from not just
the communist who ran to be mayor of Minnesota and barely lost to the Democrat is the head of the education committee in Minnesota. I'm going to say that again. The communist who ran for mayor of Minneapolis and barely lost to the Democrat is still a state senator where he is the head of the higher education committee in a state where the public university system, the University of Minnesota, is producing more anarcho-communist activists than almost any public university system in the country. It's one of the most leftist public schools in the country. And I track a lot of these schools, guys. I have a whole system that I'm building out to try to track some of these schools. I get their fucking emails all the time. I'm signed up for the mailing list of like every gender studies department in this country, every queer studies department. And I'll tell you what, a lot of shit comes out of Minnesota, and they're doing a lot of crazy shit on campus, and they have all these crazy gender and queer studies professors, and this is all enabled by the funding to the university system. And the reason that is because in the state of Minnesota, the head of the education committee is a literal fucking communist.
Our public institutions, but also our private institutions, and so I appreciate your responses to that, COSAR. Next up, we have Ward 9 City Council member Jason Chavez, is also a great friend of mine, who is an organizer as well, representing the South Side Born and Bred.
He was at the protest. This guy was at the protest. This guy was at the very early anti-ICE protests. Does everyone remember him? We started watching him. He was one of the key people speaking at the protest that started literally right after that woman got shot.
So, Jason, welcome.
Born and raised.
Born and raised.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jason Chavez. I have the honor and privilege representing Ward 9 of the Minneapolis City Council. But most importantly, I'm the proud son of Mexican immigrants, something that I hold very dear to my heart, especially during the very difficult times that we're living in. I want to talk about a little bit about what we're seeing, what we need, and then how you can expect your elected officials to show up in this moment. So, I don't need to really explain it to you all, but you all know what's happening in our neighborhoods. We're literally seeing masked agents with long guns showing up to bus stops and picking up our neighbors, showing up to schools a block or two away, waiting for a parent to show up and picking them up. We're seeing racial profiling happening at an all-time high. Very difficult to hear about my Native constituents literally being picked up by ICE because ICE thinks they're Latinos.
I missed
like
a
that
super
is
chat.
like the country that we're.
I apologize if I missed a super chat. I apologize. My bad. My bad. My bad. I found your channel while drying my eyes on a warm glow of a screen powered by the burning souls of humanity. Learning and scared at the same time. Yep, that's the right reaction. You should both be learning, and you should both be terrified. Thank you for the super chat. I apologize for missing it. BG might be done for the night, or he might just be walking around. Like BG wanders off all the time just to walk around. So, I mean, we'll see if he's done. This is almost done, by the way. We've only got like 20 minutes of this left. Guys, as a reminder, actually, the end of this will take us right up to 9 p.m. Do you guys know what happens at 9 p.m.? Mac B is hosting movie night in the supporter Discord at 9 p.m. Eastern time. And so I want to invite everyone that is a member of the YouTube channel or a supporter on my Substack or a locals member or any of the other memberships, any of the other places. I want to invite you all to join the supporter Discord and at 9 p.m. tonight specifically, because you can go to movie night with Mac B. Mac B is doing a series of Downton Abbey episodes this month, which I think is actually a really cool idea. Yeah, we're doing episode 5 and 6 at Downton Abbey tonight. So if you want to watch some classic Downton Abbey, and who doesn't want to watch classic Downton Abbey? Let's just be honest about that. Please go ahead and join the Discord. I did just post the link out again. I posted it out last night, but I also just posted it out again. So if you're on the Substack or in the locals or a Rumble member, or if you're a YouTube channel member, then the link has been posted. So if you're a YouTube channel member, go to the post tab and you will be able to find the link to the supporter Discord. It's also in the chat on the Substack. It's also in locals for the Rumble members. If anyone else needs it, please do let me know. And if you guys show up, I will verify you. And then MacB is probably going to start movie night as soon as this stream is done. So I want to invite everyone to that. Make sure you get in the Discord. We do movie nights on Sunday nights and Monday nights. And it's a great way to just kind of like unwind and chill out and all that stuff. So, you know, if you chat into the verification network, I will verify you.
Living in, the color of someone's skin, my Native brothers and sisters, because their color of the skin is literally brown, they're being picked up by ICE. Like, have we thought about what that actually means in this country? That the way that you look is literally now a target by this federal government. And I want to say that, and I hope that sinks in, because that is happening to people that live on your block, people that live in your city, people that live in this state. Some, we don't even know where they're at right now. We're on stolen land and they're being disappeared.
We're on stolen land.
Let that sink in. Throughout this past few weeks, I don't even know how many times I've blown this whistle, how many times I've seen disappeared. Too many people. But I want to let you all know what I have also seen. I've seen the power of this whistle, like Representative Gomez was talking about. I like to call it like the whistle of resistance. Like, this is the symbol of resistance for this country. Because the amount of times that I've seen people kidnapped is too many, but the amount of times I've seen us actually get ICE out of our freaking neighborhood with this whistle has been so many times. And it is a great feeling to be able to tell your neighbors that that ICE agent has been kicked off this block and has been chased down back to Whipple. Because what that means is that neighborhood and that block in that particular moment, neighbors that want to go to work or are in fear in their homes can feel a sigh of relief. And I'll say one more thing about this part before I talk about what we need to do. If you haven't been on the streets, that's okay. Like Representative Gomez said, now there's whistles out there before you leave. The time is now. What I am hearing from my immigrant neighbors, particularly those who speak Spanish on a daily basis, is that Minneapolis residents are heroes. Folks are literally showing up on small businesses, posted up to let neighbors know that ICE is there. They are literally patrolling their neighborhoods, honking their horns to let know ICE is present. They are literally driving their neighbors to work, providing food, rent assistance, and they are showing up. And I want you to hear what that means, because my community is calling the people of this city and the state heroes for doing that work. So if you haven't been out on the streets, know that there are people that are silent because they're too scared to speak out because of the moment we're living in, that are calling people heroes.
He's gonna cry.
And you know what we need? They may have 3,000 people in this city, but let's get 10,000 heroes out on the streets. Let's let them know that this city will not allow ICE to operate at all. I don't believe in its existence. But also, yes, that's a part of being boots on the ground. But we can also expect more from all of us as elected officials, because we're also supposed to take action. I'm the city council, Councilmember Stevenson, myself, Anthony, and Osmond authored a resolution, and I'm gonna ask you all for support, because when you go home, we need action. Neighbors don't want to go to work because they don't feel safe, but they have to go to work because they have to pay rent, they have to pay their groceries, and they have to pay the bills. So how do you address the symptoms of what we are experiencing? If people can't afford rent, but they're going to work and getting stopped by ICE, why the hell are we telling people to go to work? And then eventually, if they don't go to work, they're gonna get evicted from their apartment. So we need the governor, and this is for Governor Tim Walz, if you're watching, call an eviction moratorium or a state of emergency. And when we call a state of emergency, we're gonna take action on the city.
You know what? I hope that Tim Walz does call a state of emergency and places an eviction moratorium in place so that illegals literally never have to leave the houses that they're in. I hope he does do that. Do you want to know why? Because if Trump doesn't respond to that, it is going to demonstrate concisely that Trump is a massive pussy that is not willing to do what is required to prevent anarchism from taking over an American city. And I think that that's very important for people to see and to hear and to really understand. that this is not a problem that is going to go away. Anarchy is winning in Minneapolis. If it wins there, it's going to spread to other places. As a reminder, Minneapolis is literally the birthplace of modern day Antifa. This is probably why all this shit happens in Minneapolis, because it is the birthplace of this far left radical ideology in the United States. It is the origin point for all of this crazy bullshit. And so Trump needs to put this problem down like a rabid dog. I mean, I'm going to be honest. Trump needs to put this problem down like a rabid dog. And I'm not talking about killing people. I don't condone violence. No violence. Just no violence that can kill someone anyway. If you want to poke them with a cattle prod or something to electrocute them, I'm not going to be upset about that. But like I'm saying, no violence to kill, just to injure for a short period of time in a way that is not permanent. Anyway, Trump needs to actually do something about this fucking problem. And if he doesn't, then there need to be consequences. No, we're talking about in the 80s. I've talked about this before. It's on my Substack. I posted a whole series of clips on Twitter. It was in the 80s.
Ordinance that is going to allow the city to do an eviction moratorium. Let us do our job for our residents here in Minneapolis if you don't want to do it for the state of Minnesota. And I'm saying that aloud because in this moment, it is not time for tweets, Facebook posts, and Instagram posts saying you love your immigrant neighbors. It is about policy. Pass policies to show that you care about your neighbors. So we're going to be doing that in the city of Minneapolis. We're going to continue to put more funding into immigration legal services, rental assistance, and you should expect more from your elected officials. And I'll say this, if they are not doing anything, vote them out.
Yeah, even if they're Democrats, because this guy's a socialist. Thank you for being a member of the 2 months for the channel. Thank you for being a member of the channel for 2 months, KK. There we go. I tuned into another stream, won't name names, but very popular person in the live chat sucked, and he didn't even interact with it. Love your commentary. Yeah, how many freaking YouTubers do you guys know that interact with the chat like I do? I may yell at people sometimes in the chat. I may put them in a 5-minute timeout when they say some retard shit because we are going to have standards on my channel, goddammit. But I actually interact with the chat. I don't ignore you guys. I bring everyone into the conversation. Does everyone do that? Is that, I know there are other people who do it. It's not just me who does that, but many people don't.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Chavez, representing the South Side, Ward 9. And so that will conclude the panel portion and the presentation portion. We wanted to give you guys some time to ask us questions directly. There's a microphone up front.
Ooh, Q&A. I love Q&A.
Originally, we were supposed to go until 7:30. It is already 7:30 because we talk too much sometimes. But that's one of the reasons why I was the host. But for folks that want to come up and ask questions, now's the time. Please come up. Mike, I see you walking up also, so please. The microphone's right there. Or if you're too shy, also an introvert.
Okay, yeah, I know, right? Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm honored to be here with all of you today. I'm chairman of the American Indian Movement here in Minneapolis, and I just want to say that no one is illegal on stolen land.
Okay. No one is illegal on stolen land.
Suggest that the governor call up the National Guard for the hospitals, the schools, the synagogues, the mosques. What do you guys think about that? How would it work? Because Trump is just waiting for something to spark to start the Insurrection Act. And we think that's going to happen on Saturday when the march comes.
Oh, I'm sorry. What? I'm sorry. What? Guys, this was last Saturday. This was on Saturday evening. This guy's getting up. We think Trump is going to invoke the Insurrection Act on Saturday when the march comes. He's not talking about last Saturday. He's talking about this coming Saturday. They think Trump is going to invoke the Insurrection Act on Saturday. Listen again.
Schools, the synagogues, the mosques. What do you guys think about that? How would it work? Because Trump is just waiting for something to spark to start the Insurrection Act. And we think that's gonna happen on Saturday when the march comes.
What is going to happen on Saturday? What sort of spark are they planning at this march that is going to cause Trump to invoke the Insurrection Act? Is it just that they think there's going to be a lot of people on Saturday? Or do they actually have some sort of bullshit planned that could cause Trump to retaliate? That's the question. What exactly does that mean? Because it's not as though there haven't been protests in Minneapolis before. There have been massive protests since this happened. There have been, and they didn't say about it then. It's not. I mean, they have a walkout planned for tomorrow. They didn't say they thought Trump was going to invoke the Insurrection Act tomorrow. There's another mass general strike planned for Saturday. They didn't say they thought that Trump was going to invoke the Insurrection Act then. What the fuck is going on Saturday that they think that Trump is going to retaliate against? And honestly, it could be nothing. This guy could just be speaking out of his ass. It really could just be someone trying to show off because he's up in front of a group of people. It really just could be that, guys. So let's not, make sure to make everything out of this. But I'm wondering what the fuck is going on. I'm wondering what do they have planned? I guess we'll find out on Saturday, which we will be watching on this channel, of course. KK, just to thank you for your relentless coverage and commentary in the True Left. I feel so much more prepared and aware, more to learn, but thank you, Keisha. Well, I really do appreciate that. Thank you. Very kind of you to say. All right, guys, we got just a couple more minutes of this, and we'll end by 9 o'clock too, so you guys can go to movie night.
Thank you. Who would like to answer that first?
Ilhan?
Yeah, Ilhan.
That's a really good question. Obviously, we want the governor to utilize all of his authority in defense of the residents of Minnesota. I do not want for the residents of Cedar Riverside and Coastal, who I've had the honor of watching grow up. I'm going to age myself. It feels weird. I know that there are a lot of young people who are organizing in Cedar Riverside. My ask would be that we do not give oxygen to these hate mongers and these people who want us to live in fear and feel inferior, because we are not. We are equal residents in this state and in this country. And I don't think we need to be out in mass defending that, because we are proud of the fact that we are immigrants, and some of us are descendants of immigrants. And yes, we are proud of our Muslim faith. And so my ask to community, and I've talked to a lot of people, is that we deprive them of the oxygen. And we make sure that they disappear without getting their moment of glory on the backs of us.
So what about the National Guard to protect us against?
Yes, if the governor does think that that would be helpful, and it does get to the point where he needs to utilize them to protect us, I welcome that.
Thank you so much. We're going to limit the questions to one response per person, if that's okay, because there's a lot of persons.
Yeah. Okay. Hello. My name is Jessie Woolman from the Whittier neighborhood. For my block chat specifically, we live near the Whittier Elementary School. Specifically, we want to know what protections are being currently placed for schools and children across our district.
Somebody gets up. Somebody gets up.
No.
Okay, Jesse. Yes. So I am not
I don't represent the public school system at all, but as a parent who has kids going to public schools, what I have seen around schools is people like you protecting driveways. I was on my way to St. Paul this morning, and I live just about 6 blocks from 34th and Portland. So when I turn on what is that, 35th to get on.
They have the parents guarding the school in case ICE shows up to blow whistles and to warn everyone so that ICE can't go into the school.
On the freeway, I passed by Green Central. I saw 5 parents with whistles standing at 2 driveways. Parents and residents are taking it amongst themselves to keep our schools safe. My kids' school went on lockdown earlier this week. It was a code yellow because ICE was spotted 5 blocks away. So schools are locking down.
They're locking down the schools and traumatizing the children if ICE is spotted blocks away from the school. I just really want everyone to stop and think about this. If someone sees ICE blocks away, they have rehearsed the children to do a drill in which they lock down the entire school to prevent ICE from coming into the school to deport anyone. Listen again.
I passed by Green Central. I saw 5 parents with whistles standing at 2 driveways. Parents and residents are taking it amongst themselves to keep our schools safe. My kids' school went on lockdown earlier this week. It was a code yellow because ICE was spotted 5 blocks away. So schools are locking down. Schools are going towards online learning. But I would ask that residents mobilize. You heard Representative Gomez, you heard Councilmember Chavez say that everybody really, and Councilmember Stevenson say that it is really on us, right? ICE is acting outside of whatever we've ever seen before. So I would want to do, and in fact, I might do some volunteer stand watch at our schools during dismissals. There's a lot of parents doing that during lunch breaks, right? During arrival times, anything that you as a neighborhood organization think would be helpful, do it. And I think keeping watch around the schools would be important.
Yeah, I mean, like we are, like Whittier, like we had 50 people show up for like school, like let out yesterday. We're only getting bigger. We had over 800 people show up on Wednesday night for our community. Aisha, I guess we just wanted to know specifically if there's anything like at state, city level that kind of like a blanket kind of like policy going on, or is it just in each individual school, like on their policy of handling ICE, I guess.
Their parents or their community.
Yeah, so is it just like, hey, school by school?
Yeah, I can talk to this about the state a little bit, and then I'll pass it out to someone in the city if it's okay.
Yeah.
In 2023, I was a chief author on some legislation on a bill called the North Star Act, and it was essentially a sanctuary state bill. And in that bill, it wasn't just about law enforcement interacting with ICE. It was also about how we can engage with our schools so that our student data is protected and that our students are not compromised. That's legislation I'm going to bring back again this year and hopefully pass. There's going to be a whole host of legislation that's going to be drafted this year in regards to immigration, in regards to ICE, in regards to how we protect our students from senators and representatives. In fact, I believe a good number of those will be bipartisan as well, surprisingly enough, because we have a good number of Republicans that are also fed up with what's happening. And so, in fact, I think the ending qualified immunity bill legislation this year will be carried by a Republican. And so things are slowly changing because of what's been happening. When I first initially introduced the legislation around the North Star Act, it was met with hostility by not just Republicans, but some folks within the party also. But now folks are starting to wake up. And I think that we have a very good chance of getting it across the finish line. So, but that will take you showing up also. We need you to come to the Capitol. We need you to knock on the doors of every representative, every senator. I know you've already been showing up in the community, and I greatly appreciate that. But we need everyone to turn up and come out because it's going to take all of us. So. Thank you.
I can be quick. We're not the Minneapolis Public School District or its board who have their own government and make decisions for family, students, and the people of Minneapolis. But there are a lot of families and parents and folks organizing to expand this online learning for a longer period, because we don't know when ICE is going to leave Minneapolis. That's just a sad reality. And folks have been communicating to some of us up here about wanting to have children at home because they're scared to send them to school. So I would encourage anybody in this room, if that is something that you would like to see, to directly contact the school district. You all have a school board director who is supposed to listen to the needs of particular districts based on what constituent feedbacks you are hearing. And I will repeat the eviction moratorium part, because that is a big part. If our kids and their parents get kicked out the rental unit and end up being homeless or end up being put in a difficult situation, that is only going to impact our public schools, our teachers, our educators, our students in a more difficult situation. So like, we want to make sure that we can keep people in their homes.
If they can't afford to live in the United States because they refuse to go work because they're here illegally and are afraid of being deported, then maybe, and I'm just speculating, maybe the best course of action would be for them to go back to their own fucking countries.
And that is a way I think that the city and the state can step up in figuring out how to help with that. So, yeah.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your question as well. Thank you, council member. Because of time constraints, we'll take one last question. I apologize to everyone. If you do have questions, you can email all of
Mac B, I beg your indulgence on watching this last question. It's almost over, I promise. I know we've gone over for movie night, but I know Mac B is a constantly flexible professional when it comes to movie night, and he lets me go over all the time. So we're going to wrap this up shortly, and then I want to remind everyone again, Mac B will be doing movie night to watch some Downton Abbey episodes. I highly recommend people join in the supporter Discord immediately following our stream tonight. Thank you, Mac B. I appreciate it.
of us, and also at the end, because of the space that we're given, I'll stick around also to answer questions one-on-one with folks and answer one-on-one questions also. So I really apologize, everyone. Yeah, and if folks wrote questions on cards, please pass it to Raquel, who's standing up here, and then we'll try to disseminate it amongst the panelists. So I really appreciate all of you. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Okay, no pressure here. So my name is Abiola. I am a public health nurse practitioner and a birth worker. And I am asking this question actually for Commissioner Conley. And my question is, we understand what is being done to support families who have just given birth or who are currently in the prenatal period at home, but we also know that virtual visits don't solve everything. So wondering if there is something to be said about the work that, at least in Hennepin County, HCMC is looking into doing with home visiting nurses to get vaccines in the home, or even what we can do as birth workers as we're bringing clients into the hospitals, or ways that we can support our clients in feeling safe as they give birth during the midst of this.
Oh my goodness. Thank you for what you do, by the way. Thank you so much for what you do.
You are stunning and brave and amazing.
You babies. Thank you.
Thanks, old sub.
So
Appreciate
part
it.
of that whole government response that I was talking about, Operation Reconnect, does include expanding family home visiting. So again, if you can't come to us, we are prepared to come to you. And we're prepared to give our partners resources to make sure that you can safely get your patients to the clinics, to the hospitals that they need to be at. I had a constituent reach out, ask me if there was any way that she could get support to escort a client that she had to an appointment, because the person was missing the appointment out of fear. We don't like that, right? We don't like that. We want you to get to your medical care, and so and feel safe doing so. So you will be empowered through the partnerships that we have to get people to their visits safely. If they don't feel safe and it's a visit that can maybe be done in the home, that is something that we have mobilized to get done. It's with resources that we already have budgeted for. We still want to run out, but we don't know how long they're going to be here. But for as long as we are occupied, Operation Reconnected Hennepin County will be stood up. And so part of that is, again, emergency mental health and all of that. But the most critical part, I think, is making sure that people like you are supported and our patients are supported in their homes. And when they do need to be at the clinic or when emergencies do arise, that they are safe in getting there, safe in getting home, and that you as their doula and for other birth workers, that you are safe doing that as well. So that's all a part of this like emergency response that Hennepin County has stood up. Family home visiting is a part of that for as long as we need it to be. Thank you.
Thank you all so much for taking the time this evening. And I want to thank the panelists also for participating.
All right, that's it. That's it. We're done. They're wrapping up. We're done. Now, I want to ask you guys, for everyone that was kind of like being distracted earlier in the presentation and you were asking off-topic questions and you were talking about things that weren't related, now that we've made it to the end of this presentation and you've seen exactly what the elected leaders in Minneapolis are telling to their constituents in regards to ICE, do you understand why we had to stop being fucking ADD ridden like dogs and had to actually focus? Do you guys understand why we watch presentations like this? I know people who've been around the channel understand this, but now for like the newer people who maybe you guys have just been watching protest coverage, but you haven't actually watched presentations like this, do you guys now understand why we do this? Because even though it might not be as exciting as protest coverage, and it's not, there's a lot of boring shit that we sit through, but trust me, it gets easier to sit through it when you know emphatically that when you sit through the boring shit and you just put up with it for a moment, they are going to tell you exactly what they're doing. They are going to tell you the quiet part out loud. They are going to say some of the craziest shit sometimes that you've ever heard in your life. They are going to say things in these presentations that no one bothers to watch, that we will make go viral on the internet so that other people can understand what's going on, because not everyone's going to sit here for 4 hours and watch a meeting with me and listen to a breakdown of the language. Not everyone's going to do that. But we do this so we can make the clips that go viral on the internet to that might end up on InfoWars, might end up on the news. You never know what might happen with it. That's why we do this, guys. That is why we do this. And I promise you, if you guys keep coming back, and again, you will get used to watching it. You will get used to it. I can sit through hours of this shit at a time at this point, and even though I might smoke weed to manage the pain, you know, you guys can smoke weed too. It's pretty much legalized everywhere. If you like, it's a hell. You don't have to either, but like, you'll get used to watching this stuff, and when you get used to it, that's when that is when you start to understand every single crazy thing happening in the world today. This is the key. This is the key to my madness right here, is sitting through the meetings and the trainings and the educational sessions that literally no one else wants to watch. It is reading the propaganda as it's coming out that no one else is paying attention to. This is how I know more about what is going on the left than like anyone in the country. And this is why my audience is so far ahead of everyone else. And this is why we understand what is going on in reality when the rest of the right wing are just like focused on God knows what that have nothing to do with anything. So that's why we do it. Anyway, guys, guess what? You made it. It's time for movie night with Mac B. If you are a YouTube channel member, you can find the Discord information under the post tab in the community. If you sign up for the Discord, just chat into the verification network and let me know you're there. I will verify you. Go to the VC and join Mac B and the gang and to watch some episodes of Downton Abbey. If you don't want to watch Downton Abbey, that's okay. Join the Discord anyway. Get into it. We do movie nights every Sunday night and Monday night. And so you can join us for those. Also, YouTube channel members, and of course this applies to members on my Substack, my Locals, my Rumble channel, my Patreon, and my X subscribers as well. YouTube channel members also get access to Spy Stream. We are doing at least 3 Spy Streams this week. One of them is going to be a double feature where we're going to do 2 trainings back to back. It's going to be awesome. So keep an eye out for Spy Stream announcements. They're on Wednesday and Thursday, although you never know what might happen tomorrow. And listen, I'm anticipating a lot of protesting tomorrow. I could be wrong, but they're all walking out of their jobs. They're all walking out of schools. I'm anticipating that there's going to be mass protests tomorrow. And so I'm planning on waking up early. I will start my protest coverage probably early in the day, as long as there's live feeds and stuff like that. And so come join me whenever I go live, and I will show you guys the best coverage on the internet, and I will break it all down and all that good stuff. Thank you to everyone who sent in a super chat today. I really do appreciate it. Thank you to everyone who sent in a channel membership or bought a channel membership for for someone else. You guys are the best. You make all this work. I cannot do it without you. I am now going to take my leave, and you guys can go to movie night. All right, guys, I will see you tomorrow. Take care. Have a good one. We'll see you soon.
How are you feeling? How long have you been here? 3 months, May 17th. And what brought you? That's difficult to answer.
Eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital.
That's difficult to answer.